Welcome to a meeting of your Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. Representing District 1, Sandra Merman. Representing District 2, Ken Hagan. Representing District 3, Les Miller. Representing District 4, Stacy White. Representing District 5, Mariella Smith. Representing District 6, Pat Kemp. Representing District 7, Kimberly Overman. The County Administrator is Mike Merrill. The County Attorney is Christine Beck. Time is set aside at the beginning of each meeting for citizens to speak on any issue. So we have time for everyone. Speakers are asked to limit their comments to 3 minutes. Today's meeting is brought to you with closed captioning by Hillsborough Television.
Good morning and welcome to your Board of County Commissioners meeting. Will everyone please rise for the pledge and invocation given by Chaplain Commissioner White.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Heavenly Father, I pray that you will guide this board, our staff, and stakeholders as we make important decisions for this county today. I thank you for the opportunity for each and every person at this dais to lead. And I, Lord, just am so thankful for all of the leaders that we have in the audience with us today, our current and former elected officials, all the folks that are here to be recognized for various great things that they're doing in our community. And I'm thankful for each and every community activist that's here today, regardless of what issue they may be here to represent. I'm just thankful that they've each stepped up in their own way to serve as leaders within their communities. Lord, as always, I am so thankful for our first responders and members of our armed forces. I pray each and every day that you will keep them safe and guide them and comfort them. I give all these thanks and ask for all these blessings in your heavenly name. Amen.
Thank you, Commissioner White. The first item this morning is a very special award for both the Board of County Commissioners and the people of Hillsborough County. It is our pleasure to present the 2019 Ellsworth G. Simmons Good Government Award. Commissioner Kemp will tell us a little bit more about the award. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. Good morning. The Board of County Commissioners established the Ellsworth G. Simmons Good Government Award in 1996 to honor an individual or group for the significant role they play in improving government through leadership and vision. Past winners include Florida Speaker of the House, H. Lee Moffitt, Judge E.J. Salcinas, Governor Bob Martinez, and Hillsborough County Commissioner Jan Platt. Last year's recipient was David G., Sheriff David G. The Ellsworth G. Simmons Good Government Award is named in honor of a respected government and civic leader who served 7 years on the Hillsborough County School Board and 21 years on the Board of County Commissioners. Though Mr. Simmons' efforts and involvement in such initiatives as the University of South Florida, Tampa International Airport, and the University Community Hospital, he helped transform Hillsborough County. Commissioner Merman will recognize the Simmons family and other members of the award selection committee.
Thank you, Commissioner Kemp. Today, we are very pleased to have members of the Simmons family serve on the selection committee for this award. Michelle Henry, who is the late commissioner's granddaughter, serves every year. I want to welcome and thank you all for being here. We also thank the other committee members who made nominations and recommended the finalists. They are, if they would please stand, we have so many people here, I just want to make sure we recognize you properly. Brenda Thrower, who is the committee chair, Kent Bailey, I don't know if Ken's here. Ernest Coney Jr., I just saw him come in. Joe Guidry, Norma Henning, and Janet Scherberger. We really appreciate your service to this committee, and we would like to recognize you now. If people would just applaud them and thank them.
I am very pleased to announce that the recipient of the 2019 Ellsworth G. Simmons Government Award to former State Senator and Hillsborough County Commissioner Betty Castor. Senator Castor, would you please come forward? That's not a gun, that's a back brace.
I wondered.
I had back surgery in
The
October.
sheriff's here, so I feel secure.
If I had to describe everything this amazing woman has accomplished in her distinguished career, I'll be speaking all morning and half of the evening. This is not an exaggeration. Betty Castor has contributed so much to Hillsborough County and the state of Florida. She was born in Glassboro, New Jersey, and received her bachelor's degree in education from Rowan University and her master's degree in education from the University of Miami. One early example of Senator Castor's leadership occurred when she was teaching in East Africa, and she led 24 African schoolgirls to the top of Mount Kilimanjaro.
It was yesterday.
Yesterday, right? The first group of African women to accomplish this journey, an incredible accomplishment. In 1972, she became the first woman elected to the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners. She served as chairwoman, and was also the chair of the Environmental Protection Commission, yet another pinnacle in her illustrious career. When she was elected to the Florida Senate in 1976, she sponsored legislation to end discrimination and fund shelters for abused spouses throughout the state. In 1986, Senator Castor once again proved herself as a groundbreaking pioneer when she became the first woman to be elected to the Florida cabinet. As state education commissioner, she pushed to improve Florida schools and worked with state lawmakers to enact the first statewide program for early childhood education. She also collaborated to develop the Healthy Kids program, which provides health insurance to low-income children enrolled in public schools. Then in 1994 came yet another milestone. She was named the University of South Florida's first woman president, my alma mater. As USF president, she helped the institution earn the prestigious Research One designation, and the endowment tripled to more than $2 million. After her tenure at USF, she became president and CEO of the National Board of Professional Teaching Standards, dramatically increasing the number of certified teachers during her 3-year tenure. In addition to becoming the founding member of the Women in Leadership and Philanthropy program at USF, Senator Castor was appointed to the Fulbright Foreign Scholarship Board by President Barack Obama. She served 2 3-year terms and chaired the board in 2015. Currently, she is chair of the Community Foundation of Tampa Bay and the Hillsborough County Public Schools Citizens Oversight Committee. Her legacy will inspire future generations. I know for a fact she has inspired to her family, who are all here today. Senator Castor, you have provided tremendous leadership to our county, state, and nation over the years. Your service to others is an example to all and embodies the spirit of the Ellsworth G. Simmons Good Government Award. It is my privilege to present this award to you. Your name also has been added to the plaque displayed here in the County Center that lists all 23 Ellsworth G. Simmons Good Government Award winners. We are so grateful for your work, and congratulations. And now I'm going to present you your award.
Ooh, very nice.
I'd like to see a few words, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I will say a few words. The first thing I'd like to say is I remember you when. In my first tour of duty at USF, Les became the first student on the Board of Regents, and we thought that was a big deal, and it was a big deal. We go back a long way, and I've watched his career, but certainly being the first student, imagine him up there with all those old white guys that were making policy for the state university system. And I've had a chance to work with so many of those of you who are on the board, every one of you. I'm sorry that Kathy Castor could not be here today because she is another alumni from the County Commission, and she went to school with Ken Hagan. I suppose the two of them used to conspire about running for office. But I'm sorry that Kathy couldn't be here. But Bill, her husband, has joined us today. And by the way, we have another former county commissioner, Fran Davin, who ran for the election to the county commission 2 years after me. So we have a lot of electeds here that know something about county government. Christine, congratulations to you on being the attorney for the board. In addition to Ken, Kimberly, I've watched your activities in Seminole Heights and your election. Pat Kemp worked for Kathy when she was here at the County Commission. I worked with Stacy and watched him as a champion for our public schools. And Mariella, I have great respect for your work and your passion for the environment. Just keep it up. And Sandy Merman, as Representative Merman, I was president of USF and went hat in hand to lobby with Sandy. It wasn't difficult because she was already there and already a champion for the university and the university system. So it's great to have everyone here today. Thanks to the committee. I remember Ellsworth Simmons and his family and his legacy to this county. But most of all, I remember him as the person that put together the property on which the University of South Florida now stands. He knew more about property values, and how to work with people, and he traded some property, and I guess this is true. Kathy Betancourt, my friend, who's something of a historian, tells me it is, that he traded some property in the north for a roadway that became the first Lover's Lane for USF students, and ultimately became Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. Now, that's a story, and I think it's true, and if it's not, I'm going to say it is anyway. But thanks to all of the committee, I really appreciate this and appreciate the nod from the county. I'm glad that my husband, Sam Bell, could be here. Many of you know Sam. He is the founding father of the College of Public Health at USF, and we often think about the importance of public health in this county and continue your wonderful oversight of the healthcare assessment. It does more good, and the collaboration that we're able to do is just terrific. And I've got to say, I'm just delighted that my new best friend, the sheriff, is with us today, because we are now partners on the oversight committee for the referendum and implementation of the referendum and the tax assessment. And we've had such a meaningful time together already, but he is so passionate about our kids and school safety. And I know you have other reasons to be here a little bit later on, but thank you very much. And I'm delighted that Andrew Warren, our state attorney, could be here as well. So this is a great love-in this morning. I'm humbled by this award, and I'm humbled by the friends that are here, and delighted to join that group of tremendous awardees who preceded me. Thanks very much.
Are there any members wanting to say something? Commissioner Merman, you recognize?
Thank you. And Betty, I didn't want you to leave without realizing how valuable you are to our community. You are such a valued member, but more importantly, Betty is also the chair of the Athena Society this year, which is a women's organization. And as I think about the women of promise and young girls that you mentor, that it's just, I mean, it's immeasurable, really. You're leaving such a legacy with training and mentoring young women in our community. And it's really important that we help each other rise up other women leaders here in the Tampa Bay area. So I just want to thank you, and I appreciate all your contributions. Thank you.
And Commissioner Hagan, you had some words?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Betty, I just want to, again, echo Commissioner Merman's remarks, say congratulations on this award. It's well-deserved. When my appointee, Chairwoman Brenda Thrower, called and said, what do you think about Betty Castor? I said that'd be an outstanding selection, and so I'm glad that they went in that direction. And as you stated, yes, Kathy and I went to school together. I had many classes together, had a lot of fun, some things I probably can't share right here. But we also were elected here at the same time and enjoyed serving with her. But I want to thank you for something you probably don't even know, but I had a government class at one point, and I needed some research material, and your office provided that for me back then, and I just want to thank you for that. So congratulations again.
Commissioner Smith, you're recognized.
Yes, I just want to add my voice to everyone. It is a stellar group of people who are here honoring you today, and I think the committee was a great committee, and they've done a wonderful job picking the perfect honoree this year. And I want to thank you especially for leading the way for women leaders in our county. Look at us now. We've got a majority. So thank you very much.
Commissioner Overman?
Betty, I can't tell you how honored I am to be here, because one of the reasons why, as a young woman, when I moved here 35 or so years ago, there were people in our community that were clearly shining and leading us to a good place. And that example you've set for the leaders in this community is one to emulate, and I am honored to have an opportunity to try and meet that goal someday. But you certainly deserve this award. Thank you, committee, for doing the work and finding the best person for this particular award. So thank you so much for everything you do for our community.
And I'd just like to have a few words. My mind floods with all kinds of things you've done, accomplishments, achievements, inspirations. So I have a hard time just even picking out a few things. But first, I'd like to also thank the committee for making this award, but for you, to your incredible leadership in this community and the state has been amazing. I think we would all agree, especially as women, that we stand on your shoulders and look to your legacy for where we move forward. I know that you broke so many barriers. It's been an incredible legacy of leadership, and I am so happy that despite the fact that you're not in public office, that you still continue to dedicate your time to leading in this community and showing us a way and being willing to continue that involvement. So thank you so much.
Senator, I read the script that staff prepared, but I'm going to say some words myself. When I went to the Senate in 2000, you still had a legacy at that Senate floor. Constantly people were talking about what you did before I got there and when you were there as a senator. So that really made me feel good that one of our own from Hillsborough County still had a legacy, and probably still does, in the Florida Senate. Your work at USF, my alma mater, that I'm very proud of, continues. You set a standard of becoming a research university, which continues to be one of the greatest research universities in this country. And with Sam finding the public school of public health, I'm going to tell her the story. I have a granddaughter that's getting her PhD now in epidemiology at USF. The young lady got her pharm ed, her doctorate in pharmacy from Temple, practiced 2 years, making a lot of money, decided she didn't want to do that anymore. And I'm looking at her going, are you crazy? But she did her research, and she wanted to study what causes cancer, because I'm a 3-time cancer survivor. Her grandmother's a 2-time cancer survivor, and her aunt, my daughter's a 5-time cancer survivor, so she wants to study that. So she did her research and found out that USF has one of the top-rated epidemiology programs in the country. So she decided to come to her granddad's alma mater, USF, to get that PhD. And it's because of you and what you did to make that happen. So I want to thank you so very much for that.
Thank you.
Who do you want to take a picture with? I know Sam and others, your family here. Everybody come up.
Come on. Fran, Bill, come on. Committee. Let's get the committee.
Get your award.
Come on up.
Commissioner Merman will present the next proclamation.
Y'all may want to stay. This is going to be a fun commendation or proclamation. We've got a lot of impatient animals in the audience, and I think we need to move it along here. Well, except for one. He's just a leprechaun. But anyway, this is a very fun week for Tampa and Hillsborough County. We are celebrating, I think this is our 3rd NCAA women's, is that right, Rob? 3rd? This is our 3rd NCAA women's Final Four here in Tampa. So they realize, look at, this is so great. And let's invite some people up here so we can get the party started. I like Lynn Holtzman. She is the NCAA Vice President of Women's Basketball. Good to see you. Proud that you could be here. I know there's a lot going on. Rob Higgins, of course, he's our Executive Director of the Tampa Bay Sports Commission. And Rob, excellent. And then I guess we better bring the animals up so they don't do any harm to our constituents. We got Bruiser the bear, and I think he's from Baylor, the Notre Dame leprechaun, the Oregon duck, and Jonathan the husky. Jonathan, okay. So I just want to say how thrilled we are to welcome you all and the NCAA, along with the women's basketball teams from Baylor, University of Notre Dame, Oregon, and the University of Connecticut to Tampa Bay. Of course, I'm a little partial. My dad went to Notre Dame, so a little partial. And I do have on the colors today, so I am a little bit supportive, but I'll be fair. I don't want to get eaten by a duck or a bear or husky. We will also proudly, so it's really going to be a fun week.
Oh, yeah.
So we're welcoming, I think one of the best things is we get to welcome to our area all the passionate alumni from these 4 schools and cheering them on through the postseason. They're going to do the same thing here at the Amalie Arena this week. And we're grateful not only for the excitement that Tampa Bay will experience throughout this week during the fan events and in the 3 games, but also the incredible social impact that the NCAA and its programs will leave behind in our community. I can think of one, the Kay Yao Scholarship Cancer Fund that she has. She's a perfect example of a leader in women's sports who's really giving back to the community. Also, just so everybody knows, if you want to buy tickets, it's Friday is the semifinal games, and Sunday is the final. So we're very excited, and I think the matchups are excellent. So as we begin Community Day with the NCAA today, we will witness the indelible mark that this group will leave. From critical research grants in the medical community, gathering places for our children to play and grow, a commitment to environmental sustainability that will benefit our community long after this final game is done. The NCAA, I guess I better talk faster. Easter's coming, be careful.
Duck soup.
The NCAA is really going to leave a tremendous impact on our community. And I am grateful to be a member of the local advisory committee. It's been my pleasure to work with the team to help shape this 3rd visit for the Women's Final Four, and the 3rd time promises to be more than just a charm. It will be the best ever. And I know everybody is working so hard on Rob's team, especially Claire Lessinger, who could not be here today, who's really heading up this whole thing. She has put in hours and hours. We have a lot of hotels, restaurants, waterfront parks. We've got tons of volunteers that are rolling out the red carpet for all these individuals that are here. And I just want to thank the NCAA, the Tampa Bay Local Organizing Committee, our host institution, the University of South Florida, for helping to bring the NCAA Women's Final Four back to Tampa Bay, and to our friends at Baylor, Notre Dame, Oregon, UConn, and thank you, and the best of luck on the court. So I'm going to read this proclamation. It says, whereas women's college basketball is one of the nation's most exciting sports, allowing players to showcase athletic skills, develop leadership abilities, and display teamwork. Whereas each season culminates with the National Collegiate Athletic Association Women's Final Four, 2 days of dazzling action that feature 4 regional champions, draws tens of thousands of fans throughout the country, and crowns a national champion. Whereas twice in 2008 and 2015, the University of South Florida has hosted the Women's Final Four in downtown Tampa, with game attendance exceeding more than 19,000 fans both times. Whereas Hillsborough County is thrilled to welcome America's premier women's basketball championship to the Tampa Bay area for the 3rd time, demonstrating the community's passion for hosting championship sports. Whereas to be played at Amalie Arena in Tampa, the 2019 Women's Final Four, Tampa Bay will enthusiastically receive more than 30,000 fans from throughout the United States for much more than 3 basketball games. And whereas the NCAA and the Tampa Bay Local Organizing Committee have partnered with community leaders and organizations to develop social programs that will leave a lasting impact, impression, and legacy for the community. So now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare April 5th, April 6th, April 7th, 2019 as 2019 NCAA Women's Final Four Tampa Bay Days in Hillsborough County, and the Board thanks the NCAA Tampa Bay Sports Commission, University of South Florida, and Amalie Arena for their outstanding efforts, encourages residents and visitors to see it all, do it all, go for it all during this prestigious event. Presented to
Commissioner Merman, let me thank you. Let me thank you for doing this. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've never seen women's basketball, it's very exciting, very exciting. Rob, you to be commended for what you do. This is the third women's Final Four that we've had in the city, and you continue to bring outstanding events here. So we want to thank you for that, and also to the NCAA for being here. We appreciate it very, very much. To the mascots, we have the Oregon Ducks, who are number 2 seed, if I'm not mistaken, that came in, and Notre Dame from the Pac-12. Notre Dame was a number 1 seed from the Atlantic Coast Conference. Last year, we're defending their conference. Baylor from the Pac-12, the Big 12, number 1 seed, and a conference that doesn't get that much recognition. They're number 2 seed, the American Athletic Conference, which USF is in. UConn is here. I'm proud of that. So I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be there and look forward to seeing it. And so, Rob, thank you very much. NCAA, thank you very much.
Do you want to say a few words, Rob?
Time for a picture?
Good morning. On behalf of the NCAA and our Division I Women's Basketball Committee, I just want to extend my own personal appreciation for this proclamation and being recognized here. There's a lot that Tampa Bay needs to be proud of with this, not just the tremendous support that the Tampa Bay Sport Commission, Rob Higgins and his team provides, but it's because of your community and what you have done as leaders within this community that brought our championship event back here for a 3rd time. You're the first community that has hosted the Women's Final Four 3 times. That's something to be proud of. The impact that was noted today, there's one thing that I do want to note that's something that we're really proud of. We have a program within our championship experience in which we engage with the community. And in this case, it's with the Hillsborough Community Schools, and it's called Read to the Final Four. In the history of our championship, we typically impact about 2,000 youth, and through the championship coming here, we, through encouragement and working with teachers and others, get youth to read. Because Tampa Bay wanted to raise the bar, and they wanted to exceed anything that they or any other host city has done in the past, with the Hillsborough County school system, that program was extended so that we are impacting over 90,000 youth as we led up to this event. There's close to, if not, I think we've exceeded almost 2 million hours of reading that the youth has done as part of the program. That's been the provision of books. It's been incentives such as pizza parties or whatever. That is what women's basketball is about. It's about family, it's about community impact, and communities such as Tampa Bay is what excites us to come and allow our student athletes and our fans to experience everything you have to offer. But it's also something that leaves not just a legacy on you, but it leaves that on our fans and our community so that you're able to shine and show everything that you have to offer as a county and the Tampa Bay community. So I hope you get the opportunity to, if you don't experience the games, watch them on ESPN. We are literally not just on a national stage, we are on a worldwide stage, and Tampa Bay is getting that exposure, which is tremendous. If you aren't able to go to the games, still I'd encourage you to experience some of the events that we have, many of which are free to the public. We have our Tourney Town that is not just for kids and a chance to go play basketball and do some different sporting events there, but we have great programming there, such as our Beyond the Baseline series, of which we have leaders, particularly women within the community, that are offering up a lot of insightful dialogue and panels. We also have in Curtis Hickson Park a Super Saturday event, which is a free concert that we've made available to the community that Gavin DeGraw is coming, along with some other activities throughout the entire day. You have a chance to also see a lot of youth within the Tampa Bay community participate in the Bounce, which is going along the Riverwalk, and from my understanding, we have kayakers available to throw the balls back once they end up in the water. There may be some over-unders on how many balls end up in the water, but it's close to 2,000 kids that get to participate in that as well. The last thing, too, is we have some tremendous student athletes We have some tremendous women that are going to be displaying their athletic abilities over the course of the next couple days. They are everything that is right and great about women and people, boys and girls participating in sport. They are successful in their communities, in the classrooms, and they are the best that women's college basketball has to offer. So thank you to the mascots for being here. Thank you for this. From the NCAA, we appreciate this, and thank you for your time.
I'll just be really quick. I want to thank Hillsborough County, certainly Commissioner Merman, for her support of this event. We could not do big events in our community without this board's incredible support. You know, for us, as the Sports Commission, we look for three things in an event: economic impact, social impact, and then the exposure we receive. And the fact that the Women's Final Four checks each of those three boxes in such an incredible way. You know, we'll crown a national champion on Sunday, but this is an event that will leave a legacy that will last a lifetime in our community. And so thank you to the NCAA for this unique opportunity. We're going to do everything we can to make you proud over the next 5 days, and hope everybody gets a chance to create some memories that will last a lifetime through this event. Thank you.
I'll present the next proclamation.
The deaf ones who talk.
It's an honor for me to present this proclamation declaring the month of April Donate Life Month. I'm going to ask Tammy Zelos. Is it Zelos? She's a donor mother from Lifelink Volunteer. Tammy Wicks, Tampa General Hospital Transplant Coordinator of the Year. I hope I pronounced this next one right. Kieran Denninreddy, who's Associate Director of the Transplant Institution at Tampa General Hospital, and Kim Morales, who's the Vice President of Operations from Tampa General Hospital. You know, one of the most important things that's always, I guess, kind of shoved under the rug is being a donor for those that need it the most. The donor list is astronomical, and I'm going to talk about that here. But I've been working with Lifelink since I was in the legislature, and came home in 2005 and thought that I was going to have a transplant because I had kidney cancer and I lost one kidney. But I'm still surviving with the one kidney I have, and pray every day that it does not give out on me. So I think I'm doing pretty good. But these people back here, this is their lives each and every day to talk about and work with people that try to get those donors, get that donor list dwindled down as much as they possibly can. So it's an honor and a privilege for me to present this proclamation. It says, whereas one of the most meaningful gifts anyone can bestow upon another is a gift of life, and whereas more than 35,500 Americans receive a life-saving organ transplant every year, and whereas even though organ donations means thousands are given another chance of survival each year, a new patient is added to the national transplant waiting list every 10 minutes. And whereas more than 113,000 men, women, and children are currently on the national waiting list for an organ transplant, of which nearly 5,700 are in West Central and Southwest Florida. And whereas the need of organs is still great, and an average of 22 people die every day waiting on an organ that does not arrive in time, and whereas a decision by one person to become a donor can save or enhance the lives of as many as 75 people, and whereas everyone is potential organ, eye, and tissue donor and can register their wish to save lives through the organ and tissue donation at www.donatelifeflorida.org and or their driver's license. Now therefore be it proclaimed but the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare April 2019 as Donate Life Month, and Hillsborough County encourages all residents to consider giving life through organ donation and to enroll in Florida's Organ and Tissue Donor Registry when renewing their driver's license or state identification card, executed this 3rd day of April 2019, signed by the Board of County Commissioners. Who am I giving this to?
Thank you for this proclamation. The tradition of transplantation in Hillsborough County and Tampa has gone back to the year 1974, and it's really the partnership between the transplant program at Tampa General and LifeLink of Florida that has made such a huge impact on this community. We just celebrated our 10,000th transplant at Tampa General, which really speaks to the long history of innovation and dedication to saving people with end-stage organ disease in this community. In this month, Donate Life Month, we really want to encourage everyone and appreciate the board's proclamation in doing so to sign up to be an organ donor. Everyone has an opportunity to save a life with the passing of a loved one, and in this month we really want to focus on the opportunity to grow the list of potential donors to meet the demand that's in our community. LifeLink of Florida is one of the highest performing organ procurement organization in the country, and it's something to be proud of. And that's a reflection of our community and our community's willingness to donate organs at the end of life. Thank you.
Commissioner Hagan has the next two proclamations.
Well, good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank our chairman, Commissioner Miller, for not making me follow the mascots. Especially the Oregon Duck. But it is my pleasure to once again present a proclamation in recognition of Crime Victims' Rights Week, which is April 7th through 13th. At this time, I'd like to ask to join me at the podium our State's Attorney, Andrew Warren, I believe Donna Wilson, Becky Peterson, Jennifer Kaufman, Stella Carabine, and Curtis Boffa may also be here, if they could please come on up. What many of our citizens may not know is that victims of crimes have legal and constitutional rights. As such, there are resources available to crime victims from the Victims Assistance Program within the local state attorney's office. As part of a national trend, this program was implemented over 30 years ago to inform crime victims of their rights, provide services, and make available restitution. There are counselors that can help victims with any issues associated with the crime. These counselors advocate on their behalf with their employers, creditors, and landlords about any problems associated with their victimization. A food pantry, cell phones for emergency calls, and some financial assistance is also available. Critically, this program keeps victims informed of important court dates and continues to inform victims post-conviction. This program is an integral part of our justice system. In light of recent constitutional reform creating a Victims' Bill of Rights here in Florida, it is my privilege to offer this proclamation for Crime Victims' Rights Week. The proclamation reads, whereas Americans are victims of more than 20 million crimes each year, disrupting lives regardless of age, national origin, race, creed, religion, gender, sexual orientation, or economic status, And whereas years ago, crime victims had poorly defined rights, little access to crime victim compensation, and few services to help rebuild their lives, and the psychological, physical, and financial devastation resulting from violence continues to tear at the fabric of American society. And whereas the voices of this nation's victims have changed laws, policies, and attitudes to promote victims' rights and services, and encourage every person to take a stand for victims and help them recover. And whereas Crime Victims' Rights Week's theme, Honoring Our Past, Creating Hope for the Future, salutes those who tirelessly fought and sacrificed for victims' rights, and celebrates a future of crime victim services that is even more inclusive, accessible, and informed about traumas. Whereas Hillsborough County partners with law enforcement, courts, juvenile justice agencies, victim services, and the private sector to ensure that victims of crime are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. And whereas the State Attorney's Office for the 13th Judicial Circuit of Florida is committed to helping victims recover through its Victim Assistance Program, which is free and available to victims of crimes committed to Hillsborough County. And whereas Hillsborough County applauds the Victim Assistance Program for providing exemplary services to Hillsborough County residents and visitors, which sets this community apart as a caring place to live, work, and play. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby declare April 7th through April 13, 2019 as Crime Victims' Rights Week in Hillsborough County, in celebration of victims and their advocates' voices as an important chorus for fairness and dignity. Executed this third day of April 2019, signed by all 7 of the Board of County Commissioners. And it's my pleasure to present this to our state's attorney and ask him to say a few words.
Thank you. Hi, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Commissioner Hagan. Thanks to everyone on the County Commission. It's my honor to stand here today to accept this award on behalf of the men and women of the State Attorney's Office. But really, this award goes to Curtis Boffman, the director of our Victims Assistance Program, and all the members of our VIP program. Over the past couple of years since I've taken office, I've challenged the members of our VIP program to do even more to support victims. And even though my colleagues here are extremely overworked and do some of the toughest jobs in the State Attorney's Office, they've stepped up to that challenge. They've found new ways to help victims navigate the judicial process. They have led the state in implementing the Victims' Crime Amendment that was just passed. They have forged new partnerships with agencies to provide even more services to victims. These men and women do so much every day to help so many during the most difficult times in their lives, and I'm humbled to stand here with them.
Good morning, Commissioners. As we honor victims during National Victims' Rights Week, I would like to thank the BOCC for your ongoing commitment to supporting victim services in Hillsborough County. The Victim Assistance Program provides services to thousands of victims each year, and without your support, many of these individuals would lose rights and services as victims afforded to them by the Florida Constitution. Today, I am honored to introduce 2 of our employees who will be retiring this year from their service as victim advocates. Becky Peterson, who has worked with the Victim Assistance Program for 34 years, and Donna Wilson, who's worked with the Victim Assistance Program for 30 years, have been the avant-garde for victim services in Hillsborough County. Their creativity, compassion, experience, and knowledge have greatly advanced victim services and aided victims as they navigated through the criminal justice system. The Victim Assistance Program is what it is today because of the work and dedication of these 2 women. As such, I find it only fitting that both Becky and Donna receive this year's Victims' Rights Week proclamation on behalf of the Victim Assistance Program. Please join me in congratulating them on a stellar career. Thank you.
Well, it's my honor to present this memoriam. Rebecca M. Forsell of Tampa, Florida, died on Monday, February 25th, 2019. Born April 16, 1949 in Cumberland, Wisconsin, she was 69 years old, young, when she passed. This bright, cheerful, and energetic person is who we all simply knew as Becky. To her family, Becky was a wife, sister, mother, and grandmother. To our community, she was all that and more. Everyone here today knew her as a tenacious advocate, a steadfast supporter, a model of inspiration, and a humble leader. To Tampa Bay, Becky may best be remembered for her founding of the nonprofit Yes of America United, Inc., which she organized in 2002. The inspiration for Yes United stemmed from a small support group that Becky attended, which aided her with her own disability. Becky spent little time thinking about herself. She wanted to educate, encourage, and endow others to live as full life as they could imagine. Yes's goal is to positively change what it means to have a disability with programs and opportunities that enrich, educate, and empower people as they live, work, and play in their inclusive community. That pretty much encapsulates Rebecca Becky Forsell's life purpose. Becky seemed to be tireless. If there was something going on in the area, it was very likely you'd find her in the thick of it. She soaked up life like a sponge. Frankly, both the disabled and the able-bodied alike had a hard time keeping up with her. If there was a city council meeting, Becky was there. County commission meeting, Becky was there. Scrambling about through the hallways of the Florida Capitol, yes, you would find her there too. She was quite the Energizer Bunny, and we all love her for it. To the general public, Becky and Yes might be best known for their organization of the annual fair, which stands for Family Abilities Information Rally. The 2018 fair attracted more than 1,200 attendees and over 200 vendors. 2019 will be the fair's 12th year, which has become one of the premier disability education and awareness events in Tampa Bay. It will be held on October 5th, and I'm proud to say that it will once again be hosted by the county at the All People's Life Center. We'll miss everything about this woman, a true treasure of our community, but if I had to pick one thing that we'll miss more than anything, and it would be her hugs. You couldn't escape her hugs if you tried, and why would you? At this time, I'd like to invite up those members of Becky's family and board members of Yes to stand with me as I read this memoriam. I know with us we have her husband Craig, her daughter Johnny, and there's some Yes board members. If you please come forward. I know we have Melinda Wheatley, Bill Chisholm, Laura Sticklin, Brenda Clark, and Shatikwa Pinkston, maybe a few others, but please come on down. Whereas the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners recognizes individuals whose commitment and dedication have made a lasting impact on the community and its residents, and one such person is Ms. Rebecca M. Becky Forsell, founder of Yes of America United, Inc., who passed away on February 25, 2019. And whereas Ms. Forsell was born on April 16, 1949 in Cumberland, Wisconsin, and she earned a bachelor's degree in elementary education from the University of Minnesota Morris. And whereas Ms. Forsell was a consummate optimist who faced every challenge with an energetic drive to be victorious and to never become a victim. And whereas after a serious car accident left her legally blind in 1996, Ms. Forsell transformed her loss of sight into a strength by founding For Eyes Only, a support group for individuals with sight impairments. And whereas in 2002, Ms. Forsell founded Yes of America United, a nonprofit organization whose goal is to help empower, educate, and enrich all people with disabilities. And whereas for 17 prosperous years, courtesy of Ms. Forsell's enthusiasm and tireless work ethic, Yes emboldened people with disabilities to lead happy and fulfilling lives, always bringing attention to the organization's motto, hand up, not a handout. And whereas her service included her work with All Saints Lutheran Church, the Hillsborough County Alliance for Citizens with Disabilities, and the Florida Rehabilitation Council, to name a few. Whereas her efforts and unwavering dedication led to numerous honors, including the American Council of the Blind National Durwood McDaniel Ambassador Award, a testament to her compassion, advocacy, and service to our community. And whereas, although the loss of this outstanding woman is difficult to bear, her legacy lives on through the improvements she made to the community and the way she influenced others to make a difference, and in all those whose lives she touched. Now, therefore, the Board of County Commissioners of Hillsborough County, Florida, does hereby urge all residents to join in expressing both sorrow and appreciation to Ms. Forsell's husband of over 40 years, Craig, her 3 daughters, Marie, Johnny Salazar, and Jenny Zhang, 2 grandchildren, Audrey Salazar, Olivier Bignot, and her sisters, Diana Erb, Rita Lynch, and Linda Brote-Markle. This board hopes they take solace in the many cherished memories and positive impacts Ms. Rebecca M. Forsell made during her lifetime, and stated this 3rd day of April 2019, signed by all 7 of the Board of County Commissioners. It's my privilege and honor to present this to her husband, Craig, and ask her to please say a few words.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, let's see if I can get through this, huh? Thank you, all the commissioners, and you in particular. And Becky would have been very humbled, proud to realize that this was going to happen after she's gone. She loved nothing more than to make sure other people were going to get help. She wanted nothing more than to make sure everybody who wanted help was going to get it. And through the great help we've had from the Board of County Commissioners, we've been able to fulfill a lot of those desires. The fair in particular gets people out and understanding that having a disability is just a thing. It's not who you are. It doesn't define you. It's just one more thing about you. Like she said, I'm a wife, I'm a mother, I'm a grandmother, former teacher, and oh yeah, I happen to be blind. So that was not how she would begin to define herself. You took away most of my speech, which was good for all of you. I was going to assign the timekeeper back here to watch over me otherwise, because it's going to go on and on and on. One thing that struck me early on when you're mentioning an award, now I don't know how many years ago, I'm a lousy timekeeper in my head, but there was a WEDU awards, and one of them was we found much pleasure and fun in it, a Be More Vocal award, which she won. Hello. What a surprise. So, but she was always out trying to make sure that things are going as well for people with disabilities as they possibly could, searching out people one-on-one sometimes to say, are you aware that there's this in this program to be done? And we'd love to come and have you partake in some of the fun we're having at YES. So I am so proud of our board, who has made a new commitment to really kick in and work harder than before. We're missing one person who worked about 12 to 14 hours a day and about 6.5 days a week. So that's kind of a big hole that we have to try to fill back up with the rest of us. So thank you very much for the recognition, and we will do our best to continue to do what the county expects us to do and more, and what the public deserves to have happen because of us. Thank you.
No. Right.
Hey, Craig. Okay.
Mr. Merrill, change to the agenda.
Yes, Commissioners, we have a few changes starting with deferrals. We have 3 deferrals. B5, which was a change to the Animal Services fee policy to allow for multi-year pet licenses. That's being deferred to April 17th. B11, which was to approve the project design for 19th Avenue as the project to be financed with the county's transportation surtax bonds, is also being deferred to April 17th. And B14, which had to do with realigning public utilities department capital improvement programs, is also being deferred to April 17th. One revision we had was B9, which was the payment to the Sheriff's Office for the startup funding for the crossing guards. Sheriff Chronister would like to be here for that item, and if we could move that ahead of public hearing after public comment, that would be very helpful to him. So we'll do that as part of the changes to the agenda.
We'll move the way of the rules after public comment.
Yes, correct. We have quite a few time certains. We have 5 public hearings. D1 is to consider adoption of an ordinance pertaining to animal control ordinance. Since that item is being deferred, I think we'll have to open the public hearing and then take public comment and continue it until April 17th. D2 is the public hearing to consider amendments to the Family Child Care Homes and Facilities Licensing Ordinance. Public hearing D3 is the second of 2 required public hearings for a school concurrency agreement with Starlight Homes. D4 is also the second required public hearing for a school concurrency proportionate share agreement with 19th Avenue, FRC JP LLC. And D5 is the first of 2 required public hearings for a school concurrency proportionate share agreement with Eisenhower Property Group LLC. 10 o'clock, I'm sorry, the 6th public hearing is to adopt a resolution designating a brownfield area at the intersection of Hoover Road and West Hannah Avenue in Tampa. 10:15, item F3 was a sponsorship for Florida Solar United Neighborhoods. That's Commissioner Kemp's item. 10:30 F8 is Commissioner Smith's item that has to do with a reconsideration of the vote for the industrial development bonds for Advantage Academy. 10:45 B8 is to accept the Oracle Enterprise Resource Planning System audit report. And in connection with that, at 10:45 is Commissioner Miller's item F5 for a motion to establish a governance committee. 11 a.m. is item B18, a county audit report on the 911 agency address data. 11:15, B6 is the transportation sales surtax interlocal agreement, along with B10, which is a budget amendment to set up the accounting structure to receive the surtax, transportation surtax funds. 11:30 would have been the item relating to the crossing guards, which we discussed. We'll move to earlier in the agenda. Those are the changes.
I have a motion to approve the changes. Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Smith to approve the change to the agenda. See no further discussion. Please record your vote.
All right. Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you. We'll now move into public comment. The board welcomes comments from citizens about any issue or concern. Your opinions are valued in terms of providing input to the board members. However, it is requested at the same time when you address the board that comments are not directed personally against a commissioner or staff member, but rather directed at the issue. This provides a mutual respect between the board members and the public. The board has set aside a 45-minute period in the morning immediately following changes to the agenda for public comment. At the discretion of the chair, the board may again hear public comment at the end of the meeting. Persons wishing to speak before the board during the public comment portion of the meeting should complete the electronic request for public comment form located at the sign-up table inside the boardroom. Citizens speaking on scheduled agenda items will be heard before citizens speaking on non-scheduled agenda items. When addressing the board, please state your name and speak clearly into the microphone. 3 minutes are allotted for each speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 42 people signed up to speak this morning. So it's quite obvious at the end of 45 minutes we're going to have more. We will take those others up that don't speak this morning at the end of the day, in the bar meeting. We just can't get to everyone this morning, okay? Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, we have a diverse array of important initiatives on this agenda, and it's brought out a lot of speakers. I think it's important that we hear them all this morning, so I'd like to move that we hear all the speakers this morning at 2 minutes per speaker.
Is there a second? There's a motion made by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman, to hear all the speakers this morning and allot 2 minutes for those people to speak, person to speak. Is there any discussion? Any discussion? See no discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-1 with Commissioner Hagan voting no.
So we will hear all the speakers this morning, and you will have 2 minutes to speak. The lights on the podium there, when the yellow light comes on, that means you have 30 seconds to go, and if the red light comes on, your time is up, okay? So we'll hear all the speakers this morning. The first speaker is Christina Fuentes, followed by Rachel Westlake.
Good morning, my name is Christina Fuentes. I'm not only the proud principal of Channelside Academy of Math and Science, a kindergarten through 8th grade charter school. I'm also a very proud parent of a very happy little girl who attends 3rd grade at Channelside Academy. We could not be more pleased to be part of a school that's located right here on the edge of downtown Tampa. Channelside Academy offers families who either work or live in downtown a convenient and safe environment to enroll their children. I am here to show my continued support and request by Advantage Academy of Hillsborough to obtain bond financing approval. Who else is in attendance today to support Advantage Academy's bonding approval? I come before you today as an educator and as a parent. As a principal of Channelside Academy, I know that receiving approval for this financing to purchase the building will save the school approximately $15 million for the duration of the loan. This money then would be allocated to the school to use directly back to the students, facility, staff at Channelside Academy. We will be able to provide the students with more state-of-the-art targeted curriculum and technology upgrades and improvement to improve student achievement. we will be able to provide more opportunity for students to participate in field studies and extracurricular activities where the cost of additional fees could be eliminated. We will also be able to ensure safe, secure, and up-to-date building at all times. With the additional monies, we will be able to recruit and retain qualified teachers by providing them with a favorable salary as well as continued professional development opportunities. As I mentioned earlier, our students either commute from various locations in Hillsborough or they are local residents that walk to the school. With that said, our student population is extremely diverse in race, gender, economic backgrounds, and even learning styles. All of these are notable factors and is crucial for me to remember as a school leader. The class...
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
We only have 2 minutes. Okay. Rachel Westlake, followed by Claude Conzone, C-O-N-Z-E. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Westlake. My son, Bryson C. attends Independence Academy in Dover, Florida. I'm here this morning to address the issue of the bond financing and to verbalize my support for Independence Academy and the approval of the bond financing. My son has been attending the school since it opened as IA in first grade. The academic programs coupled with the amazing staff makes Independence Academy a school that every child would be proud to attend and every parent would be proud to have their child accepted into. It is a choice and a privilege to attend Independence Academy along with all other charter schools. It's a choice that his father and I have made for him to attend because we do value his education. We understand the value and importance of a good education, and Independence Academy provides an outstanding learning environment for my son as well as the other students. I'm extremely active with my son's school along with the community I reside in, which is Hillsborough County. I fully plan to continue my son's education here. The growth I've seen in my son throughout the years with his self-confidence, ability to learn, socialize, can be strongly attributed to the staff, learning environment, and the open door policy that we have between the parents and the students. The students, parents, staff all work together to give our children the best learning environment they can have. Having the ability to save money with the approval of the bond financing means an even better education not only for my son but for the children who will be attending these schools in the future. My father, Douglas Westlake, taught in Hillsborough County for 34 years. He was a high school and middle school teacher. He retired, then was asked to come back to work in the charter school system here in Hillsborough County. He finally did retire 2 years ago permanently. My mother is a 20-year educator in Hillsborough County. My sister is a 10-year educator at our current charter school in Hillsborough County. My family has a long heritage in Hillsborough County teaching. Decisions for our children in the charter schools, specifically Independence Academy, should never be made based on a personal feeling about private schools, about charter schools, or about public schools. It should only and honestly be only made based on the best outcome of education for our students. My son, along with all other students...
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Claude, is it Claude Combs? Claude Combs, C-O-N-Z-E. Okay. Natalie Benham. Natalie Benham, followed by Deetra Elsner.
Good morning. My name is Natalie Benham, and I reside at 5816 North 17th Street in Seminole Heights. I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa and a registered voter. My 11-year-old twins have been attending Channelside Academy since kindergarten. I'm on the board of our parent-teacher organization, and I've been very active in our school since my kids started there. I remember the first time I saw information about the school and knew that was exactly where I wanted my children to attend. My husband and I chose Channelside for the academic programs, but we've stayed there for those same programs and the close feeling of community we feel at the school, and we feel it's a better fit for our children than the public school we're zoned to attend. I support the request by Advantage Academy of Hillsborough to purchase the 3 schools and to obtain the bond financing for this approval. To me, it makes more sense to own rather than to lease. That money that's saved can be spent on our kids. I believe that my children deserve the same benefits that this board has given previously to other students who attend private and charter schools when they wanted to purchase their school buildings. My children's education should not be a part of the debate on the pros and the cons of charter schools. I hope you can separate how you may feel about that and vote in favor of what is best for these children in these schools. I thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you. Deetra Elsner, followed by Sharon Seaton.
Good morning. My name is Deetria Elsner, and I am a member of the Governing Board of Advantage Academy of Hillsborough. I'm sure that you're all aware of why we're here, to ask you to not rescind your original 5-2 vote to approve our bond. And as I mentioned, I'm a volunteer board member of Advantage Academy of Hillsborough. I'm also a lifelong Hillsborough County resident, homeowner and taxpayer, business owner in Hillsborough County, but most importantly, I'm a mom. I'm a mom of 4 children who have or currently are attending Advantage Academy of Hillsborough schools. And as a mom, I do not appreciate that my children, along with hundreds of others attending Advantage Academy of Hillsborough schools, are caught up in your political crosshairs and are being used as pawns as your agenda due to overwhelming disdain or dislike, or I actually think it's more of a misunderstanding of charter schools versus your district schools. I'd like to think as public servants of this county that you would want all of the children's best interests, especially when it comes to education, that it would be at the forefront of any political opinion you might have. Advantage Academy of Hillsborough serves a large diversity of children across Hillsborough County. Learning disabilities, those who qualify for free and reduced lunch, those who require speech and language services, all types of children from all types of households. And we know that education is pivotal for success. Right now, across this great county, there are students sitting in desks in private schools, district schools, and even charter schools who will be future nurses and teachers and maybe even county commissioners. So don't you think, let's stop nitpicking and misconstruing facts, and let's make sure that the kids get the best education possible, whether it be charter or district or private. I'm happy to be able to choose where I put my child. I pay tuition at a private school, or I send them to the district school in my neighborhood, or a charter school. Please let Advantage Academy of Hillsborough obtain this bond, purchase our buildings, save money, put it back in the classrooms so that our kids in Hillsborough County, our future, get the best education possible. Thank you for your service.
Sharon Seaton, followed by Patricia Hall.
Sharon Seiden, concerned Hillsborough citizen. This is based upon facts that I am stating. The only property appraisal that was done on these properties, the Advantage Academy, Channelside, and Independence Academy, were done by Callaway and Price and was ordered and paid by the very business entities who stand to benefit by millions of dollars through the appraised value, a benchmark for the sale price. Advantage Academy, Hillsborough County property appraiser, $4 million and change. Beneficiary of bond sale, $6 million and change. Channelside, county appraiser, $5 million and change. Beneficiary of bond sale, $8 million. Independent Academy, Hillsborough County property appraiser, $8 million and change. Beneficiary of the bond sale, $16 million. Next, researching the entities, people who own the property and the managers are the same, many of the same names. This is not an arm's length validation of doing this kind of transaction. Number 3, it has the bond would be for paying off for-profit companies that own the buildings that also ordered the appraisal. Next, the bond will be secured by non-graded bond, and also it will not have any kind of rating. Does the commissioners of this board or the commissioners want to have put this on?
Thank you, ma'am. Patricia Hall, followed by Jill McDonald.
Will all the members and friends who stand with us in opposition to the $35 million bond issue for Advantage Academy please stand? On February 20th, B3 was approved. On April 3rd today, F8 is to consider rescinding approval based on discrepancies and new information. I challenge the validity of the application based on discrepancies. There were a multitude of items submitted to the bond council, some of which are in doubt or suspect. Advantage Academy is a nonprofit entity. However, it contracts with Charter School Associates, which is a profit-making business that operates and manages the schools. The existing buildings are owned by entities linked to Charter School Associates. Who owns the buildings currently? Sunbiz Reflex Florida School Properties, LLC, EDU Builders Tampa, LLC, Charter HC McIntosh, LLC is the owners. The McIntosh address is Charter School Associates as the owner. All these entities have financial ties to Mike Strader, owner of Charter School Associates. The county is not issuing the bond itself, but the county commission has a fiduciary responsibility to certify whether these granting these bonds are good for the community and serving a public good. Contrary to what's been said by some proponents, Advantage Academy school buildings would not automatically go back to the school district. The comparable properties in the appraisals are not local. According to the transcript of the November 29th IDA meeting, the appraiser was appointed by Richard Marino, financial advisor to Charter School Associates, the for-profit manager of Advantage Academy. I would like to thank Advantage Academy for bringing these facts to the County Commission and the public, so this misuse of taxpayer dollars meant to educate children has been revealed. Thank you.
Jill McDonald, followed by Wendy Anastasio.
My name is Jill McDonald, and with your permission, I'd like to cede my time to Idelia Phillips.
I can't understand you, ma'am.
I would like to cede my time to Idelia Phillips.
Ms. Phillips?
Yes.
What's the first name? Idelia?
Idelia Phillips.
Okay, so you're extending your time, so you have 4 minutes.
Oh. Good morning. My name is Dr. Idelia Phillips. I am president of the League of Women Voters of Hillsborough County. The League would like to thank you for your service to the voters of our county and express special gratitude for your support of the proposed increase in the development impact fee for our schools. As you know, League members have advocated for public school education and the importance of quality education for Hillsborough County. It is in that vein that the League expresses concern about an education item that will be brought before the Board of County Commissioners today. The League is especially concerned that this item will, if approved, permit a for-profit charter school company to use tax-exempt authority of the board to purchase 3 public charter schools from the existing lessors, each of which is run by a for-profit company. The League does not oppose charter schools. Indeed, some are faring very well and are outstanding educational institutions. The League does not oppose IDA bonds for other educational groups whose purposes are clear and in the public interest. The Advantage, Channelside, and Independence Academies appear to be functioning well. The fact that they pay a large for-profit assessment of 10% for a management fee, as well as spiraling rents and other construction costs, is concerning. The $35 million that the developers of these schools will earn appears to be extreme. The League understands that this is not an education transfer, but a real estate venture. Therefore, the League questions whether this is in the best interest of Hillsborough County and its constituency. The Industrial Development Authority exists for job creation and economic development. Neither of these goals will be realized via the purchase of existing public charter schools. Nothing changes. Buildings remain the same. No additional resources gained. i.e. increase in faculty and the concomitant salaries, learning opportunities, and curriculum. If the goal of purchasing the 3 public charter schools is a cost-saving mechanism, the funding strategy that these companies have expressed need to be detailed in terms of curriculum enhancement and the acquisition of industry standard educational technology. It is not about economic development or job creation, but about earning fees and maximizing real estate interests. The League respectfully asks the Commission to oppose the issuance of this $35 million bond. As President of the League of Women Voters of Hillsborough County, thank you for this opportunity to offer an opinion.
Thank you. Wendy Anastasio? Wendy Anastasio? Is Wendy here? Okay. John Floyd? Followed by Aria Papadopoulos.
I'd like to say good morning to the board. My name is John Floyd, and I'm a lifelong resident of Tampa. My wife and I chose Channelside on a recommendation from good friends of ours. We immediately fell in love with the school and the teachers. I've had the pleasure to interact with a couple of the principals at the school directly, and all have been accommodating to the students, parents, and teachers. Our current principal has been especially welcoming to all the students at the school and is open to all suggestions to bring participation and growth. I currently serve in the capacity of Vice President of the PTSO, and I am a parent volunteer at the school with the PTSO and Dad's Club. I have 2 children that are current students at the school, as well as a future Stingray. My family has been at the school for the past 6 years and probably will be there for the next 12. I am in support of purchasing the building for Channelside Academy of Math and Science. In my opinion, it would seem to make more financial sense to purchase versus leasing because any savings will be able to go back to benefiting the school for the advancement of all the students. This year alone, we have done several improvements to the school, and we have several more plans in place. As an active parent at the school, I would love to see us going towards purchasing rather than leasing, which would further develop a sense of pride and ownership with all the families at the school. Thank you.
Aria Papadopoulos, followed by Keith Miller.
Good morning. My name is, can you hear me? Thank you. It helps to be so tall. My name is Dr. Aria Papadopoulos. I am also here in support of the request from Advantage Academy of Hillsborough, so I will not restate what others have stated. I will simply add these few things. My children attend Independence Academy in Dover. I'm a resident of Tampa. I'm a registered voter. I'm an educator. I'm a parent, and I am confused as to why I am here, so please forgive me. My understanding is that this is an issue that has already been approved by this board, and yet there are many of us who have taken time out today to be here to talk with you. Apparently, it's your second time hearing this, I believe, something that you've already approved. So I don't quite understand why that's the case, but I will just tell you that as a parent and an educator and someone who cares about my children very much, I support this request. I believe that my children deserve the same benefits that the BOCC has given previously to students who attend other private and charter schools. I'm not sure how many of you are parents or how many people in this room are parents, but I will tell you that it doesn't really feel good to know that an issue that could impact your children's education might potentially have become a chew toy for political conversation. I hope that that's not the case here. I hope that this is just a misunderstanding and that you are considering this for the second time and for the final time. Thank you.
Thank you. Keith Miller, followed by Summer Sewall.
Good morning. My name is Keith Miller, and I'm the proud principal of Advantage Academy in Plant City. I've been in education for 21 years. My last 5 years, I've been at Advantage Academy. The most important thing I learned in my career is that everything we do is for kids. Regardless of their home life, they deserve nothing less than an excellent education with excellent educators. And for that, I strive for them every day. Working in a school is not easy. Whether you are a classroom teacher, a cafeteria manager, a facilities director, or a classroom or a front office clerk, or even the principal. Everyone's goal is to see that our children get the best education they deserve. And education does not mean sitting in a classroom for 7 hours. It means making sure that they get breakfast and lunch, have a clean facility each day, having teachers greet them at the door and say goodbye to them as they leave. How does this happen? You build relationships with your stakeholders, your community, and with the parents. I've spent the last 5 years building those relationships. My parents choose my school year after year because they know that they are going to get an excellent education. I know my school is different, and I give their child an education that I think is better than any other education in Plant City. How do I do this? Remember, it takes a village to raise a child. I have an amazing governing board who are local and encourage me to be involved in my community. They are a part of a collaborative decision-making that we do every day for our students. These funds will help us provide additional funds for our students. I feel my school has made a difference in the community as nothing short of excellent. Allowing us to have our own buildings will help us build partnerships and continue providing a well-rounded education for all of our students. I hope you consider our request.
Thank you, sir. Summer Sewall, followed by Jack Burkett.
Hello, my name is Summer Sewell, and I am in favor of purchasing the school. I have been a parent with Hillsborough Academy and Channelside Academy of Math and Science for 6 years, and I've been an employee of both the schools for 4 years now, so I can see both sides of the spectrum of being a parent and also working there. We are really looking forward to the purchase of this building because we are ready to put, we already do, we're going to put much more into activities, especially here in downtown. It's really awesome that my son's in the Galileo program in 8th grade here. We get to go to the Straz Center. They get to walk around all the wonderful museums here in downtown Tampa. I kind of lost my thought here. We are just looking forward to putting everything back into our students. We love everything about Channelside Academy. My sons, I have 2 sons, one's 21 and one is 14. We've been in public schools. We found our right fit in our charter school. I think it's a choice for every parent to make which is the best for their children. And we've been very happy, very, very happy here at Channelside Academy. So I hope that we still stick with our favor to purchasing our building. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jack Burkett, followed by Mike Strader.
Good morning. My name is Jack Burkett. I'm proud principal of Independence Academy. As an educator for almost 20 years in both private, public, and charter schools, I can stress again what many of our parents have already said, what some of my fellow colleagues have said, that our priority is our students. We eat it, breathe it, we live it, and we would die for them if we had to. I wanted to directly address some of the things that some of the opponents of the board approval on this stressed about. The board's task here is to determine, will this be a public service and good for our community? If you speak with not just our parents, with our community members, with local business owners who we partner with on a daily basis, and the impact that our students are having in our communities, the effects that we have, and understanding that, yes, this will allow us as schools to even do that at a better rate and more efficiently. That's all I care about. Every day I walk into the classroom is what can we do to help every student be successful. And this will allow us to do that even greater than we already do. Thank you for your time.
Mike Schrader, followed by Nancy Granda.
Good morning. My name is Mike Strader. I'm the president of Charter School Associates, and we're the education management organization for the group of schools under Advantage Academy of Hillsborough. As you probably know, charter schools must comply with many, if not all, of the same rules, regulations, and laws as traditional public schools. Our company was founded nearly 16 years ago to perform services for charter schools so that the school leaders and teachers can focus on their special mission and or the purpose of their school. CSA delivers services under a performance agreement. Many of these services require specialized knowledge, skilled and experienced personnel, and investment in expensive technology and software. Our services include payroll, HR oversight, employment benefit administration, workers' comp, unemployment comp administration, financial reporting, compliance, budget oversight, financial reporting to the sponsor and to the governing board, facility operations, managing vendors who perform other services like pest control, solid waste removal, repairs, and maintenance. We offer network and technology support, including on-site supported technology, marketing and student recruitment, curriculum development, and compliance on behalf of the school with state, federal, and local rules and regulation. We believe our model is critical in allowing school leaders to focus on what it is important in their schools, the students, faculty, and staff. The management agreement between Charter School Associates and charter schools is reviewed initially by the sponsoring school district, and any changes to that agreement must also be submitted to the sponsor for review. Not all education management organizations are alike. If this bond approval is passed, the complete building and land go to the not-for-profit Advantage Academy of Hillsborough. None of that is held back by any other entity. Thank you very much for your time.
Nancy Granda. Okay. Thomas Gatons. He'll be followed by Terry Kemple.
Thank you, Commissioners. Tom Gatons, 7654 Notting Hill Sky Drive, Apollo Beach, 33572. Grateful citizens, please rise, have come forward this morning to thank Commissioner Stacy White for taking heroic actions to preserve the rule of law and promote good governance. We thank Commissioner White for seeking to uphold the Florida Constitution and ensuring that the Hillsborough County Charter complies with general law by challenging the conflicts in the newly added Article 11 of the Hillsborough County Charter. We thank Commissioner White for the courage to file this lawsuit so that serious legal questions can now be resolved. The Florida Constitution provides that the counties operating under the county charter should operate consistent with general law. Our county charter defines our government body as the 7 members here, the Board of County Commissioners, mostly here. Article 8 of the county charter states that the care, quote, the care of the custody and method of dispersing county funds shall be provided by general law. Article 7 suggests and states no tax shall be levied except in pursuance of that law. The newly enacted Article 11 violates several provisions of the law, and we thank Commissioner White for challenging it on the grounds it violates the state constitution. General law specifically states that Statute 212.005 states that proceeds from the transportation surtax shall be applied, quote, to as many as or as few of the uses and whatever combination the county commission deems appropriate. For 30 years, Article 11 has properly mandated a distribution formula that prevents the county commission from applying the proceeds of the surtax to as many as or as few as the uses and in whatever combination the county commission deems appropriate in accordance with the law.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Terry Kemple, followed by Laura Lee.
Commissioners, my name is Terry Kemple, and I just want to thank you, Commissioner White, for pointing out that every section of Article 11, with the exception of Section 11.11, contains content that directly conflicts with the provisions in Section 212.055 of state statute. The rest of the Board of County Commissioners are implementing Article 11 without engaging in the deliberative process required to exercise reasoned discretion to select the appropriate uses of these surtax proceeds. The BOCC is doing this because it believes it must obey the conditions, restrictions, and limitations contained in Article 11, even though Article 11 was created by a private group of citizens with no open, transparent, or public process. There were no public debates, no public hearings, no realistic analysis of the financial impacts to citizens, and no engineering analysis providing impact to traffic congestion for a county expected to grow by 600 to 700,000 people over the next 30 years. Article 11 does not just implement a sales tax that is permitted under 212.055. Article 11 also specifically appropriates and earmarks how the $16 billion tax must be spent for 30 years. Again, thank you, Commissioner White, for pointing out that Section 8.03 of the county charter that enables a charter amendment petition initiative states, each petition shall embrace but one subject. Article 11 addresses two different and separate subjects. Thank you, Commissioner White, for raising serious legal questions that must be resolved. These issues include whether any part of a county charter can supersede state law and whether the petition-driven initiative violates provisions of the county charter. Thank you, Commissioner White, for working diligently to protect our rights in your lawsuit.
Laura Lee, followed by George Neiman.
Hello, I'm Laura Lee. And again, thank you, Commissioner White, for maintaining that Article 11 of the Hillsborough County Charter subjects citizens of the county to governance under local law that exceeds specific limitations imposed by the Florida Constitution. Specifically, we are entitled to a transportation tax system that is created and restricted by the general law of Florida. That law requires the Board of County Commissioners to have the responsibility to make appropriate decisions as to all uses of transportation surtax proceeds. Article 11 on its face establishes a spending or appropriation structure that provides for specific allocations of surtax proceeds to various governmental agencies for a period of 30 years without the need of any vote by the BOCC ever, much less any proper decision-making process to exercise its discretion as to what uses and whatever amounts may be appropriate for the citizens of Hillsborough County. 212.055 is the state statute that authorizes a charter county to implement a 1% sales tax to fund transportation products. A county cannot create such a transportation surtax unless it is authorized by and is consistent with the requirements of Section 212.055, Paragraph 1. The legislature delegated its power to tax to Hillsborough County under Section 212.055, Paragraph 1, subject to the requirement that the BOCC have the duties and responsibilities of spending or appropriating those funds. The legislature delegated its powers under a statutory system that assured appropriate governmental decisions and accountability to the voters from representatives whom they could retain or replace or could replace in general elections. Article 11 deprives the BOCC of these powers and actually transfers some of these powers to an independent, unelected group of citizens. Article 11 is unconstitutional and deprives us as taxpayers and citizens of Hillsborough County a taxation system subject to the proper limitations guaranteed to us by the Florida Constitution.
Thank you, ma'am.
And the general law of Florida. Thank you.
George Neiman, followed by Shirley Wood.
Good morning, commissioners and citizens. My name is George Neiman. I live in Dover in East Hillsborough. And I want to thank you, Commissioner White, for your public service. As shown on this graph, which I wasn't allowed to put on the Elmo, but I'll hand. That's unfortunate because I wanted the audience to be able to see it. As shown on that graph, 74% or 3/4 of the tax collections will be taken from unincorporated Hillsborough residents, which is a slice of the pie that's in that chart. Unfortunately, the unlawful spending allocations blatantly disregard the needs of these county residents who contribute a significant amount monetarily. Hart will collect almost half of the $16 billion transit tax, and on, as you should have seen on the chart, the chart to the right, transit services disproportionately benefits the city of Tampa and the special interest downtown who bankrolled the tax hike effort. The spending allocation shows favoritism to Tampa developers and insiders who use their political connections to influence projects that will increase the value of their property. So I want to thank you, Commissioner White, for standing up to the moneyed interests who seek to put their interests ahead of the best interests of all taxpayers of this county. And it's ironic that this is Victims' Rights Week, and I'm going to say we all should be here to thank you for standing up. You're the only one on this board that has the courage and fortitude to try and get, if you want a transit tax and you want to do an ordinance and put it into law, it should be legal.
Thank you. Shirley Wood, followed by Yvette Neiman.
Good morning. My name is Shirley Wood. I'm from Lithia, Florida, the underrepresented part of unincorporated Hillsborough County. Thank you, Commissioner White, for voting against a resolution to bond $10 million of the taxes requested by a lawyer retained by the county to, quote, fast-track the case to the Florida Supreme Court. There was no project list specified for the bond. You also pointed out to fellow commissioners during a recent commission meeting that the charter doesn't allow tax proceeds to be spent until January 1st of 2020 at the earliest, contrary to inaccurate news accounts and statements by some who wrongfully accuse you of holding up spending. Thank you for pointing out, too, that while monies are bonded against the tax, citizens are precluded from initiating a repeal of the tax. Thank you, Commissioner White, also for pointing out that the ballot summary language used by the All for Transportation was flawed, defective, and did not sufficiently inform the voters that what was in AFT's 5-page charter amendment. The ballot language is the only piece of text every voter is guaranteed to see, and it is the last bit of information that voters encounter before casting their ballots. We thank Commissioner White for pointing out it is reasonable and logical for voters to conclude that the All for Transportation ballot language, that the 30-year, $16 million tax hike funded road widening and new roads, but the fine print in page 5 charter amendment specifically prohibits funding new road capacity, mandates 45% or about $7 to $8 billion be spent on transit and provides zero amount of dedicated funds for new road capacity. We thank Commissioner White for raising this issue, because if the ballot language misled voters, the question of whether misleading ballot language is legal or not must be resolved. Thank you.
Yvette Neiman, followed by Tim Curtis.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yvette Neiman, East Hillsborough. Apparently, we're being denied the right to post those charts, so I have handed it to her to pass around to the board. Thank you, Commissioner White, for being a voice for residents in unincorporated Hillsborough County who seek relief from unfair representation. Taxation without representation was a primary grievance that caused the American Revolution. Conversely, proportional representation ensures fairness. Unfortunately, proportional representation is not a component of the 1% transportation sales surtax described in Article 11. An analysis of voting records of IOC appointees reveal that unincorporated residents are sorely underrepresented, as shown in the chart being passed around. Only 2 of the 13 appointees live in the unincorporated county. If proportional representation was observed, there should be 8 to 9 residents from unincorporated Hillsborough County on the IOC, rather than just 2. Conversely, the 3 municipalities are grossly overrepresented. Plant City, with only a 3% share of the population, gets a 23% share of representation on the IOC. Plant City residents are not even an official member of HART, meaning that Plant City residents don't pay ad valorem taxes into HART, like Hillsborough County residents are required to pay. Likewise, the City of Tampa has twice as much representation on the IOC than they have population in the county, 54% representation despite 27% population. Residents of Hillsborough County are tired of taxation without representation. We thank Commissioner White, who raised the stacking of the IOC as an issue, even prior to the election last November. Thank you.
Tim Curtis, followed by Sharon Calvert.
Tim Curtis, Tampa, Florida. Commissioner White, you are the real representation of good governance. And you do that by protecting us from the illegal efforts of special interest, and we thank you. And we thank you and you alone, Commissioner White, for knowing that it's the BOCC's statutory right to use a substantial percentage of the proceeds of the surtax to relieve traffic congestion by adding additional lanes for automobile traffic to existing roads and to build new roads and streets. And it is severely restricted by Article 11. This unlawful restriction on the use of surtax funds towards new and widened roads is imposed on this board and future boards and is contrary to the express language in the statute that says one of the enumerated uses in that statute is, and I quote, by the county for the development, construction, operation, and maintenance of roads and bridges in the county. End quote. Section 11.07, paragraph 8 of the Charter Amendment is titled Limits on New Automobile Lane Capacity. It states that, quote, agencies are prohibited from expending any funds from the categories mandated in the section on new automobile lane capacity. This is supposed to address, it's supposed to mitigate congestion. And this new tax specifically stops you from being able to do that. And lest anyone think that this is much ado about nothing, I want to remind you that this restriction on new capacity and the complexity of the spending allocations was highlighted in the February 21st BOCC workshop where Commissioner White had to correct county staff who misunderstood the auto capacity prohibition. Once realized, the staffer admitted that this means at most only a mere 1/2 to 3/4 of a mile of new road capacity can be funded per year from this tax. It's a
Sharon
joke.
Calvert, followed by Kathy James.
Good morning. As Thomas Jefferson eloquently stated long ago, one man with courage is a majority. Commissioner White, in recognition of your stewardship of county resources and your statesman-like attitude displayed over the course of your tenure on the board, we're going to turn things around for a moment. We, the citizens, would like to award you with an EyeOnTampaBay.com Statesman of the Year Award, the very first ever. A coalition of citizens for good governance came out today to publicly acknowledge you and show our appreciation for your courage and principled leadership. And we would like to present this to Commissioner White. And it says, Eye on Tampa Bay, Statesman of the Year awarded to Hillsborough County Commissioner Stacy White by a coalition of citizens for good governance in recognition of your stewardship of county resources and your statesmanship in pursuit of protecting the law. It's always nice to tell the electeds when citizens feel that they are doing the right thing. So again, thank you very much, Commissioner White.
Commissioner White, you reckon? Commissioner White, you recognize.
I just want to say, it looks like this was the last speaker that addresses B6 or B10. I just want to tell you that all this was completely unsolicited, came as a total surprise to me this morning that these folks showed up, but your words are very kind. I really appreciate your outpouring of support. Just thank you so much for coming out this morning, and it's an honor that you would bring that forth, but I just feel compelled to state for the record that that's totally unsolicited on my part, complete surprise, and but thank you for being here. It really means a lot to me. You've all given of your time to be here this morning. I know some of you are retired. I know some of you are working professionals, and it's not gone unnoticed that you've taken a few minutes to come here this morning, but I am very appreciative. Thank you.
Ms. James. Followed by Josephine Amato.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm here to ask you to please reverse your approval on the Advantage Academy junk bonds. The charter schools don't serve the public good. They're not constructed in a way that can be used for hurricanes or for other natural disasters as our public schools are. They take a disproportionate share of funds from our school system that pushed all of us in our community, or a majority in our community, to pass the education referendum. We would not be here if the education referendum had not passed. The leasing from a very related party was the best business model until the referendum passed. The age of our public schools, the average age is 50 years. The average age of the charter schools is roughly 10 to 15 years. In the first 5 years of the projects that will be used to improve our schools under the education referendum, there are 106 air conditioning replacement or overhauls, 120 fire evacuation improvements that improve our safety and security at our schools, 38 roof replacements. The only reason we're here is because the owners of this particular group of charter schools want to put out junk bonds to pay for them to own these schools. And this will not be the first group, the last group. It is only the first group. And we need to keep our public schools healthy by using education referendum dollars for our public schools.
Josephine Amato, followed by Lila Lilliquist.
Hi, good morning. My name is Josephine Amato. I'm the founder of Safe Bus for Us, advocating for children's safe paths to school. Shanika Davis, 15, killed by a motor vehicle walking to school. Norma Velasquez Cabrera, 15, killed by a motor vehicle walking to school. Alexis Miranda, 17, killed by a motor vehicle walking to school. Amanda Suarez, 14, killed by a motor vehicle walking to school. All of these beautiful children were killed simply trying to walk to school in Hillsborough County. Crosswalks without enforcement are simply suggestions to drivers in America today. As our county faces population increase, heavy traffic, chaos and dangerous scenarios surround our schools, where cars and pedestrians are brought together by dangerous designs. We have the second highest pedestrian death rate in the nation, and we must be committed to doing everything in our power to change these avoidable deaths. Every day I witness children running for their lives in crosswalks across my schools. Crossing guards are the enforcers of our crosswalks surrounding our schools, and every single student needs them. To fully fund our crossing guard program is 0.013% of our total county budget. Total cost is $3 per student. Are our children worth $3? President John Fitzgerald Kennedy said, "Ask not what your country can do for you, but what can you do for your country?" As servant leaders, you must ask what you can do for your community today. Today is your day to leave your mark, where you can look back and say, "I voted to save children's lives." They are our children, our daughters, our sons, our nieces, our nephews, our grandchildren, the children of your constituency. They are not numbers. They have names. Today is the day. You can vote yes. I'm expecting a unanimous vote to save children's lives. Please vote yes to fully fund our crossing guard program. Thank you.
Thank you. Lila Lilliquist, followed by Bo Robisky.
Lila Lilliquist, Brandon, Florida. I come to you today to request your disapproval of items B15 and B16 on today's agenda. The two properties listed are the original plan for our 9/11 Memorial Park and Post-Traumatic Stress Recovery Center. 3 years ago, I presented to Commissioner Stacy White this architectural presentation. Each of you were given a color copy of our community of Brandon's 9/11 Park on March the 6th, 2019. At the time, Commissioner White seemed impressed and happy to preserve the natural canopy of oak trees when I showed him the architectural rendition. Today, I came to you to question why there was no public notice or hearing given to the community of Brandon for the contract to purchase a property to construct a new replacement library less than a half-mile from our existing library. The explanation given was lack of parking. However, I attend many roundtable meetings monthly and never in all my time have had a problem with parking. Our further questioning was, I was told the county plans to use the existing library to house county employees. In October, I met with Dave Rowan, the facilitator and visionary of our Veterans Memorial Park on Highway 301. He met with me to let me know he was ready to help me with the 9/11 Memorial Park on Veterans Day. On Veterans Day, I was awarded the Eagle Award from Walt Racick Veterans Affairs Council of Hillsborough County. This Edwin Porterfield Award was to acknowledge citizens for keeping the American spirit alive. I was allowed to present the 9/11 Memorial Park and Post-Traumatic Stress Recovery Center to our veterans. At the Veterans Memorial, I met Colonel Edward Eddie Phillips, our keynote speaker, Commander 6th Mission Support Group, MacDill Air Force Base. Colonel Phillips grew up in Queens, New York. Colonel Phillips became emotional when he saw the Twin Tower fountains, the reflecting pond for Pennsylvania, and the base of the fountains reflecting the Pentagon building. Colonel Phillips shared with me his story of driving into the Pentagon that 9/11 morning. With no cell phone, he stopped to ask what was going on with the airspace. This, I believe, was right before the plane crashed.
Thank you. Bo Robichaud? He had to leave, okay. Danielle Waymer? Should be followed by John Houseman.
Commissioners, good morning. My name is Danielle Waymeyer and my children attend Mulrennan Middle School. I'm here today to ask you to vote yes to funding agenda item B9, crossing guards for our middle schools. If you support crossing guards, please stand. I have spent the entire school year advocating for crossing guards after both my children and myself were nearly hit in our crosswalk. I spent the entire first half of the school year helping our students in our crosswalks to get to and from school safely. After witnessing the dangers our students face, this became the utmost importance to me. Since the removal of our busing within the 2-mile radius of our school, the amount of walkers and car riders has significantly increased. Gridlock, speeding, distracted drivers, zero adult supervision, and now add walkers to this scenario, it is set up for disaster. This scenario poses a threat to all our middle schools. The lack of sidewalks, beacons, signage, and believe it or not, some of our schools do not have a designated crosswalk. How can we expect our students to walk to and from school without the proper safety measures in place? We know that Hillsborough County is rated second for the highest pedestrian death rate. Since February, we have had 4 students hit, all 4 from 4 different schools. We cannot publicly acknowledge the dangers our students are facing and then choose not to do something about it. As parents, we are raising our children to stand up for what is right. Should we not lead by example? I'd like to mention the changes since Mulrennan has hired our crossing guards. Our crossing guards have taught our students the proper way to cross the street. They know to get off their cell phones, to pay very close attention, and not to ride their bikes in the crosswalk. Not only has having crossing guards helped to keep our students safe, but it has also helped to reduce congestion and keep traffic flowing. I've heard from parents, businesses, and even our local HOAs. All are very grateful for the changes that have been made. However, without your vote today to fund the crossing guard program, Mulrennan will not be able to continue employing our crossing guards next year.
Thank you, ma'am. John Houseman, followed by Noel Licor.
Yes, good morning. My name is John Houseman. I'm here to talk about what's going to be constructed at the corner of Parsons and Lumsden. The choices of building a new library, of which we already have one not far from there, and a brand new one on Bloomingdale, versus a facility that will be used for our troops coming home from fighting terrorism throughout the world, so that 9/11 never happens in this country of America again. And this would be used for those suffering from post-stress disorder. If they come back wounded, it'd be a place, a rehab center. And ironically, it's the starting point of the Brandon Veterans Parade each and every year. Thank you for listening. Have a good day.
Thank you. Noel Licor.
Yeah, she's going to take any time.
Excuse me?
He dedicated the rest of his minute to me to finish my speech. Is that okay? He didn't take his full time?
You have 1 minute and 1 second.
Okay. Okay, so Colonel Phillips signed my petition and wants to be part of that program to get the 9/11 memorial done. We are military strong in Brandon, and we desperately need to create a passive park with an amphitheater and a post-traumatic stress recovery center. Along with that, there would be a Gavin Jadon replica for housing community events. In closing, the Brandon Community Plan well established the need for green space and connecting the parks. This quote from artist Candace Knapp in 2009, Brandon needs something to bring all the neighborhoods together, a core from which we can grow. Even if it is a central park, we need somewhere the people of Brandon and Valrico can come together and be together. Dr. Armas has offered his professional building to the county. You see his office is located directly behind All Children's Clinic on Parsons Park Drive. The adjacent parcels are available. The building could easily house the county employees.
Noel LaCour, followed by Barbara Topek.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Noelle LaCour. I'm here today to tell you all how important crossing guards are for our students. 30 years ago, I was a walker in Hillsborough County. I walked 1.3 miles to Kingswood. My walks to and from school were often intimidating. The only good memories I have are of when we would reach Bloomingdale Avenue to the safety of the crossing guard. It was truly the only part of our walk that felt safe. Crossing guards are needed now more than ever, especially with the population here in Hillsborough County growing by 69% in the last 30 years. With exploding population growth, we now have a larger number of distracted drivers and drivers who are unaware of the requirement to stop at a marked crosswalk when pedestrians are present. Hillsborough County consistently ranks as one of the deadliest places in the country for our walkers and bikers. Today, you will vote on funding crossing guards for middle school students. I ask that you all vote yes. There's nothing more important than the safety of our children, especially when the cost is less than 0.02% of the county's annual budget. Thank you.
Barbara Topek, followed by Elizabeth Belcher.
My name is Barb Tepke, and I'm a member of the Hillsborough Education Association, retired, and also a member of the League of Women Voters. I believe that our public tax dollars should not be used for for-profit companies like Charter School Associates. Advantage Academy is a nonprofit entity, but it contracts with Charter School Associates, which is a profit-making business. The school buildings are owned by entities linked to Charter School Association, and these buildings do not have to be up to the same safety codes as the public school buildings. Advantage Academy asked the county to approve a bond issue, but there are discrepancies in their application. Contrary to what was presented at the February 20th meeting by a representative of Advantage Academy, the Hillsborough School Board has not taken a stance in support of the issue. In fact, one school board member has gone on record in opposition to the bond issue. Contrary to what has been said by some proponents, Advantage Academy school buildings would not automatically go to the Hillsborough County School District if the school closes or defaults on the bonds. You have a chance to say no to this bond issue because of these discrepancies. Please vote no.
Elizabeth Belcher, followed by Rachel Reuter.
Elizabeth Belcher, Seffner, Florida. Technical issue. My statement got lost in the Netherlands. So anyway, I'm here saying that there's a concept of form versus substance. The form is that the charter schools are nonprofit. The substance is that they're owned and managed by a for-profit. If these bonds are approved, there is no guarantee that all the savings will go back into the investing in the schools, but rather going to be paid to the stockholders of the for-profit. There's been numerous false statements made regarding the support of the school board. And I'm not here to support or not support charter schools. I'm here about the lack of the flaws in the application and the false statements. I suggest that the bond be rejected. The applicant can always reapply with full disclosure with true and correct statements. Thank you.
Rachel Reuter, followed by Terry Fisher.
Hi, good morning. My name is Rachel Reuter, and my child attends Independence Academy. I'm a resident of the Hillsborough County, and I am a registered voter. I am in full support of the requests with the board, has previously voted and approved, which I was in attendance for the last meeting. I continue to support the staff and our board for their decision to proceed with the purchasing of the properties. My daughter began her education at Independence Academy, and last year I did move her out for another charter school because I felt she had a better education opportunity. And with that, I was wrong. But I was thankfully accepted back into Independence Academy, and I cannot strive how hard the entire staff works in a conjunction with the CSA. They have our children in mind and our staff. With that, in support of the school, I have also volunteered to become the incoming PTSO president to help assist in any way possible, not only for my child, but the incoming children that are to come to benefit all. I personally believe that any savings back into our schools that can be put back into our various programs would be beneficial for all. So I urge you to think of the best interests of our children and the savings that it will provide, not only thinking about your personal opinion as well about our charter schools. So I appreciate your time in your service community, so y'all have a blessed day. Thank you.
Terry Fisher, followed by Beth Shoup.
Hi, my name is Terry Fisher, and I'm the president of Randall Middle School PTSA. Every school has a unique situation when it comes to getting students to school safely. 2 years ago, Randall Middle School was deemed a non-biker walker school, meaning that no one could bike or walk due to school safety issues among crossing busy roads that were deemed unsafe to cross. Then, without any changes to infrastructure and the ever-increasing volume of traffic and distracted drivers, it was decided to take busing away from 600 plus students at our school. And in a year and a half, little has changed within that infrastructure. Just hours after an interview with ABC Action News this past Friday about hiring private crossing guards, a student was hit crossing a crosswalk walking home from Randall. Randall PTSA has one of the highest PTA memberships in Hillsborough County, representing over 1,000 members. You may not see them here today, as I've had to leave home to attend this meeting before my middle school son was even awake. But daily I get text calls and Facebook messages from worried parents, and I've talked to several students who are actually afraid to cross the street and require their parents to drive them, which increases traffic in the area as well. I want to thank the commissioners and the sheriff's office for all their considerations, including infrastructure and crossing guards. I have seen cars and students being counted and several other impact studies, but now ask that you vote to pass the crossing guards for all middle schools, because the impact on a community where a child is hit and killed is incomprehensible. Thank you.
Beth Shoup, followed by Jessica Vaughn.
Hi, my name is Beth Shoup, and I'm a parent of a child who went through the school system here, K through 12, and I am for fully funding public schools. What is a public good? It is a commodity or service that is provided without profit to all members of a society for the benefit and well-being of the public. Our public education system, supported by our tax dollars, is a public good. The whole charter school movement undermines public education and moves public money to private interests. Making public schools compete with charter schools for money dilutes funding that should be paying for better education for all children. Charter schools have received the most capital outlay funds from the state of Florida for new construction in the past several years. Now charter school lobbyists say their schools deserve a share of local taxes too. This is unacceptable. There is a war being waged on public education, and it is being funded by the Koch brothers. Michael Strader is one of their soldiers in that war. He leads Charter School Associates, the for-profit management company of Advantage Academy Schools. Strader founded the Center for Education Enterprises at the James Madison Institute in Tallahassee, which receives millions of dollars from organizations funded by the Koch brothers, including the State Policy Network, a web of right-wing think tanks. SPN groups operate as the policy, communications, and litigation arm of the American Legislative Exchange Council, known as ALEC, giving the cookie-cutter ALEC agenda a sheen of academic legitimacy and state-based support. Your votes today will tell us which side of the war you are on. And let me say, for those of you who ran on a platform of democratic ideals, shame on you if you don't rescind your votes on this issue.
Jessica Vaughn, followed by William Henry.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Vaughn. I come here as the Vice President of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Florida, a board member of the Democratic Progressive Caucus of Tampa Bay, a certified public teacher, and a parent of a kindergartner. Today I am asking the board to rescind their vote on item B8 for the following points, which have been made before, but I want to reiterate. Advantage Academy is a nonprofit entity. However, it contracts with the Charter School Associates, which is a profit-making business that operates and manages the schools. While the county is not issuing the bond itself, the County Commission has the responsibility to certify whether granting these bonds are good for the community and serving a public good. Contrary to what has been presented at the February meeting by representation of Advantage Academy, the Hillsborough County School Board has not taken a stance in support of this issue, and in fact, one school board member has gone on record in opposition to the bond issue. Also, purchasing the school building allows Advantage Academy to be eligible to apply for the funding from the half-cent sales tax, which was approved for school improvements. As a member of the Hillsborough Democratic Party, I also want to read a point from our platform about keeping public money in public schools. The Hillsborough County Democratic Party opposes school vouchers and for-profit charter schools which divert resources from public schools and are not accountable to the taxpayers. The Democratic Party calls for a moratorium on new privately managed for-profit schools and will oppose any legislation that seeks to weaken oversight, accountability of charter schools and further privatize our public education system. In closing, if these charter schools...
Thank you, ma'am.
Seems like my time was a lot less.
William Henry, followed by Michael Henry.
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, they're going to cede their time.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Yes, hello, my name is Michael Henry. I'd like to cede my time to Dr. Henry.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Andrew Perez. I want to cede my time to Mr. Henry.
You're Andrew Perez?
Yes.
Okay. All right, Mr. Henry, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. Great day for sports in Hillsborough County. I want to congratulate all of the commissioners for your support of the Final Four, and it was great to be here to hear about Ellsworth Simmons Award. I was a colleague of his on the Planning Commission, and I was chairman of the Industrial Development Commission. So, can you turn that down, please? Thank you. So, but I'm not here today for that reason. I'm here because I'm the managing member of an entity known as Tampa Riverfront Sports. Our development team includes the national developer NRP Group, one of the nation's largest. 10 years ago, they offered to buy Tropicana Field as part of an investment team for $75 million. I'm here to address the concern that I have both as a citizen and as a person involved in economic development. My concern is the status of community redevelopment areas, also known as CRAs. As you know, these are special taxing districts that enable the private investments in redevelopment areas to be captured and reinvested by the government in that area. These include roads, infrastructure, and stadiums. My concern is that it could be a potential new policy redistributing this captured money beyond the taxing district. That could gain support. The impact would be to dilute the reinvestment, distributing it to neighborhoods outside the special taxing district. There's talk of shortening the bond length. This, again, could jeopardize the financial feasibility of projects like that pictured on the screen. This is further described in the handout that I have distributed to you. The project is pictured as a response to the City of Tampa's request for proposal issued on March the 20th. It involves 18 acres owned by the city near the river. I will have no comments about the selection procedure. I applaud the mayor and his vision for putting this out for bid. Thank you, Mayor Buckhorn. And I will also say that this project is dependent upon the viability of CRAs. The feasibility is also dependent on the new opportunity zones and brownfield funding. This site has all of those aspects, and it's under city ownership. We need all of this if we are going to have sports in some form or another in baseball continue. So no new taxes, The public won't support it. You're at 8.5% sales tax. You know that. They won't support the property increases either. So this project represents a private investment approaching $1 billion. The plan includes 1,500 residential units that are shown in blue, 150,000 square feet of ground level retail. Below the residential towers, a 500-room hotel shown in yellow, 100,000 square feet of office space shown in red, and 2 parking structures that could total 5,000 stalls in gray. It also includes a 28,000-seat multi-purpose riverfront stadium. The stadium could house XFL football, soccer, AAA baseball, tennis, and college sport events. If Major League Baseball exhausts its options, first in Pinellas, second in Ybor, which is a great proposal, this could be Plan C or Plan D. As concerns MLB, this can be considered as an insurance policy against relocation to a city outside of Tampa Bay. We can't see the Rays getting in a van and going down I-75 to Montreal, unacceptable if we're a major league city. There has not been, nor will there be, any dialogue between our development team and any MLB team. To get your bearings, the project is on an 18-acre city-owned site near Ricks on the River. It is across the river and north of Eulalie and Armature Works. You can see it on I-275 to the south. Access is via North Rome and Columbus. There are any number of east-west connectors. The project could serve as the northern anchor of the Tampa Riverwalk. The Amalie Arena anchors the south end. There are plans to bring the river across around where Blake High School is from the east to the west. It could activate the whole Riverwalk. Think of Macy's on one side and Dillard's on the other. So everything in between could be activated. There are plans to connect the east side with the west side, as it's shown in the video. This could revitalize the West Tampa riverfront area. It could catalyze the adjoining 44 acres to the south owned by the Tampa Housing Authority. You see that cleared now. You can view this area by driving from downtown to the airport and look to the right, you'll see that cleared area. The site adjoins almost to the river. Do I have any time left? The main thing is your support. And I really applaud all of you. This is not any threat whatsoever to any plans that are going on right now. Consider it as Plan C, Plan D, just maybe not Plan F. It would be a collaborative effort. I want to thank my son Michael for this video. It was amazing. He did this in 1 week. And Andrew, our lead architect designer, who helped me with the design process. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Our last speaker is Leonard Mead.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Thank you for your, I understand I'm the very last speaker. So thank you everybody for staying and listening to 45 public comments. I'm Leonard Mead from Apollo Beach. I'm here to support Stacy White's lawsuit to void the illegal and unconstitutional and deceptive transportation tax. As you well know, this was phrased for the voters in a way that they thought they were voting for improved roads, and where in fact the only money is going to go to decrease the road size for bike lanes. Now, call me stupid, but if you think anyone would have voted for a tax hike to put in bike lanes for 30 years and restrict your legal ability to allocate these funds, nobody would have voted for it. Anyway, that's only my opinion. I didn't move from Massachusetts or Taxachusetts, which is the 5th highest tax state in the country, to Hillsborough County, where we raised that to be the highest tax county in the state. You're chasing out businesses, you're chasing out people who might move here. You know that. And the thing is, you can solve this problem. You're only spending 4% of your budget on roads. And the average county in Florida spends 12%. Taxes are doubling the rate of inflation coming in. Just spend it on roads. And thank you so much.
That was the last speaker we had this morning. Before we get to the consent agenda, Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
As we approach consent, I would like to abstain from A19.
Ms. Beck, do we have to pull that item separately now?
Yes.
Yeah. You got it.
Yes, she should pull it, and then you can pull it to abstain.
Okay, okay, great,
Commissioner White has moved to pull A19. Is there a second by Commissioner Kemp to pull A19? Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. Hold up.
Motion carried 6-0 with Commissioner Smith absent.
We now have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve the consent agenda. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0.
We're going to go to A19 now, where Commissioner Commissioner Overman is going to abstain. Is there a motion to approve A19? That's coached by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Merman to approve A19. So no further discussion, please. Commissioner White, you recognize.
I just want to make sure everything's done right because I have to do this on occasion. Does Commissioner Overman need to read something into the record or state something?
No.
No, sir, Commissioner. She'll be filing some paperwork, though,
Okay.
that Mary Helen Ferris
Okay,
has
they
provided.
normally have me read a verbal statement as well, but that's fine.
Okay. Seeing no further discussion on A19, please record your vote.
Motion carried 6-0 with Commissioner Overman abstaining.
Mr. Merrill.
Yes, Commissioners, as we discussed when we were reading the changes to the agenda, we're going to take B9 first, so if the board will waive the rules to take B9.
That's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White to waive the rules to take up B9. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
And this is the item concerning the crossing guard funding.
Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners. Tom Fessler, Management and Budget Department. Item B9 this morning is asking you to approve a payment to the Sheriff's Office in the amount of $510,000 as startup funding that's necessary to begin hiring and training crossing guards on a countywide basis for middle schools for the fiscal year 19 and 20 school years. It is also asking you to approve a related budget amendment to appropriate $710,000 from the countywide general fund cash stabilization reserves. About $200,000 of that amount is being budgeted for improvements for crosswalks surrounding the middle schools, and then the $510,000 payment to the sheriff. And Sheriff Chad Chronister is here if you have any questions, along with some of his staff.
Okay. We have two people in the queue, but I want to call on Sheriff Chronister to come forth and make a statement. I'm not going to ask for to waive the rules. I don't want to go to jail today.
Thank you. I just want to take an opportunity and just applaud this board. You have so many priorities that you have to contend with in this county, but every single conversation that I have with you, every interaction that I have with you, you continue to show that there is nothing more important than childhood safety and the safety of our children in this county. With that, let me assure you that your sheriff's office will do anything to be that great partner that you need us to be and take on the additional responsibility, again, to make sure that the security of our children on campus and to and from campus remains an utmost priority to me. So thank you for that. Thank you for entertaining this agenda item.
Thank you, Sheriff. Before we get into discussion, we have a motion on the item.
Move the item.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Merman. Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you. I'll keep my comments very brief. I've offered plenty of comments, leading up to this moment, but I certainly want to thank Sheriff Chronister for his leadership when I first approached him about this, I was, prepared to have to make a tough sales pitch, but Sheriff Chronister said, look, this is about the kids, the safety of our kids. He had seen the accounts of some of the near misses and even incidents that have occurred out there. I want to thank these parents that have organized, taken time out of their busy schedules to be here this morning, to brave that commute into downtown Tampa from the suburbs. And I know that many of you have been involved in private fundraising drives for crossing guards. And I think that speaks volumes, that these parents have been willing to raise these dollars privately when, to the sheriff's point and speaking with him, fundraising drives like that should be for things that enhance the educational experience. This is a core value in terms of our kids' safety. As I mentioned before, middle school kids are as young as the 6th grade. I think one of the parents hit the nail on the head when she had mentioned that the crossing guard is not only helping these kids to cross the street, but the crossing guard is teaching them things about crossing the street safely. Don't have your head in your phone. Be alert. Look both ways. And they'll carry that into their lives as young adults and eventually adults. So it's my pleasure to move this item and just humbly request that my fellow commissioners join in supporting this.
Commissioner Oberlin, you're recognized.
Thank you, everyone, for bringing this forward and giving us an opportunity to do what's right and actually support our efforts of Complete Streets and Vision Zero in order to make sure that our children are able to get to school safely, but also to remind our parents that are in cars that it's important to follow the law when you're driving around a school area. And having our sheriff's representatives present will be that reminder that is so needed to make sure that our children stay safe. Much of what I've spoken about over the years has been to make sure that our communities are healthy and strong and that our families are that as well. When our middle school children were, when the decision was made not to provide courtesy busing for our middle school students, it was a critical, important part of actually addressing how we get our children to school and what our transportation to our communities and how they're designed look like. I am so pleased to see this go forward, to not only make sure that we have officers there to assist in making sure our children not only learn how to cross the street, but also to bring awareness to the drivers in that area to be safe. But I also appreciate that with that, we're also asking our public works staff to review all the areas in those areas to make sure that the crosswalks are safe and the corners are safe and the intersections are safe. And so I'm very excited to see this come before us for a vote. Thank you.
Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank our sheriff for being a partner with us on this to keep our kids safe. Commissioner White, really good item. We'll never have enough money to help keep our kids totally safe, but this is a great investment. I do worry about the education side of this. I'll be honest, regardless of what neighborhood you live in, people are still blowing by school buses. They're still not paying attention to kids crossing at schools. I do know we have a particular issue in South County, as Commissioner White, in my districts. Sidewalks are needed. There are going to be a lot more schools, and I do worry about the enforcement side of it because regardless of the crossing guard, I mean, people are still in a hurry in the mornings when the kids are going to school and when they're coming home, and they just don't pay attention. And it does concern me, but I think this is a great first step. Kids are our most precious resource. They are most vulnerable too. So, but this is going to go a long way to help us keep our kids safe and make good decisions when they're crossing.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to thank Commissioner White for bringing this forward and Sheriff Chronister for being part of this. but really thank the parents for their incredible vigilance and caring and making this an issue before this county commission. I think it's, when I saw the budget item, it's a very small price to pay to be saving lives, and I have no doubt that this will save lives. And I think it's a, it's no, at this point, no surprise to many that we are second in the nation for the number of pedestrian and bicyclists dying, and that happens time after time. In Florida, is 7 out of the top 10 metro areas in the nation for pedestrian and bicyclists and crashes. We have a big job ahead of us because it's crosswalks, it's design of the way that we have built our streets and not built our sidewalks and accommodations for pedestrians and bicycles, but it's also the culture change. And I think there's just a lot of places that we need to keep moving ahead and pushing. So this is a big step towards that. I'm looking forward actually to later today when we have supported a move by this county commission to look at 2-mile safety zones around schools with sidewalks, crosswalks, flashing beacons, whatever we need, because we need to do this in Hillsborough County to make sure that all of our citizens stay safe and that walking to school isn't, you don't risk your life. So thank you so much to the parents, and I'm so happy to be part of moving this forward.
Commissioner Hagan, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, as a father of a 6th grade middle school student in our public school systems, I very much appreciate Commissioner White's leadership on this, and as well as Sheriff Chronister's partnership and support of this item.
Okay. Before we vote, let me thank you parents for coming out today to support this item. It's desperately needed, and Commissioner White, thank you. I think Commissioner Merman said it on the head. This is the first step to safety. In my district, since I've been here, we've probably had 4 students killed between Middleton and Chamberlain and other schools trying to cross the street to go to school. And she said that people are distracted. Not all of them are distracted, Commissioner Merman. I say some of them just don't give a doggone. I drive down Martin Luther King past Nathan B. Young Middle School every day coming to the office. It's 15 miles an hour with lights flashing, and someone's always flying through that school zone. They put a crosswalk there with lights flashing. They don't care. They just don't care. So I know that's in the city, but Sheriff Chronister, if you can call your partner over in the city of Tampa to let him look at Young Middle School, I would appreciate that. I think he's gonna have a unanimous vote. There's a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp and Merman to approve item B9. See no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
I thought so. Mr. Merrill.
Yes, Commissioners, we turn to our public hearings, beginning with D1. Because D1 had a related item, B5, which was a policy item, and that has been deferred, I recommend that you open the public hearing, D1, take comment, and then continue it until April 17th, when we can bring back the policy.
Okay, no statements from, okay. This is a public hearing on D1. Anyone wishing to speak on item D1? We'll close the public hearing, and it's deferred to when?
April 17th.
April 17th. Okay.
At 10 o'clock.
At 10 o'clock. Okay. Mr. Merrill.
All right, then we go to public hearing D2 concerning amendments to the Family Child Care Homes and Facilities Licensing Ordinance.
All right, good morning. Cherie Murphy with the Office of the County Attorney. Again, in speaking with the safety of the children, this item relates to safety in family child care homes and safety in child care facilities. At the last board meeting, we did present some suggestions that we thought would improve the safety and basically strengthen the licensing procedures for children that are in care. So at this point, we're asking the board to adopt those changes. This item has been noticed appropriately, and we're open for any comments. Again, safety is paramount, and we are here to answer any questions.
Okay. Thank you. This is a public hearing. I have one speaker that signed up. It's Heidi O'Neill.
My name is Heidi Honey, and I reside at 12408 North Ola Avenue. I am the owner of Great Hope Preschool. We have a location in Wesley Chapel and a location in Tampa, Florida, to which we have a ball python, which is considered a restricting snake. The Tallahassee Department of Children and Families has approved these snakes as used for curriculum. That is part of your attachment. Just because they are not cuddly, furry mammals, there is so much to learn. I do not agree with pulling the reptiles from the classroom. If we do not teach younger generations, who will? I ask that you show the research to us that these snakes are harmful or dangerous. Programs that dedicate their time to help future generations on the importance of wildlife are the best resources for preserving nature. Not only are the kids most open-minded, but they can make the difference in the future. Developing and nurturing appreciation of kids is a fundamental element that safeguards our wildlife and our environment. As teachers and caregivers, we are children involved by teaching them the value of conservation and how snakes impact our ecosystem. As you previously saw, you saw that PetMart does partner with us, so does Petco. They bring in their own snakes, reptiles, and insects to show to the children as part of our curriculum. You also see here how we have incorporated in the snakes, the curriculum, into the community, making instructional videos and so forth as well. Here you see that the children are measuring the snake as part of our curriculum. Here is a photo of introduction of the units into the classroom, continued with pictures of children actively involved. Together, families and teachers should educate kids about snakes at home, schools, online courses, and having snakes in classrooms as pets. We can teach the children the difference between venomous and non-venomous, how to care for them properly, and most importantly, they are just as important as any other animal. If you show negative emotions or high levels of fear, there's a chance that children will develop these feelings about snakes too. You might think that these will keep children safe, but in fact, it's just putting them at a greater risk. Here is proof that what we are doing with the curriculum around these reptiles, snakes, is important. This is a snake that was found on the playground. We've also found a 2-foot corn snake on the playground as well. The children did exactly what they've been taught to do. They brought the attention that they was there to the adult. In part of your packet, there is the policy that has been approved by Tallahassee. It talks about problems that may occur, education. It talks about what to do. It talks about the training segments that are there for the teachers as well. This last page does show that the tanks are strapped and locked, therefore they do not pose a problem for the children or escaping.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Is anyone else wishing to address item D2? Anyone else? Public hearing is closed. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
I just had a quick question and wanted to make sure there was a clarification when it comes to foster families and foster care. This does not impact that particular group of child care providers or child Well, they actually are child care providers, but they're actually in the foster system. So I was just curious, it doesn't really address that population in the same way, does it?
No, this is child care licensing.
Licensing, right.
We have a licensing from the county. I think one of the things that she's speaking about is that we have prohibited constrictor snakes in child care settings. I think for various reasons. You have young children, and I believe she's the only provider in Hillsborough County that has...
That I'm aware of.
That has a snake. So that was one of the things that we looked at in trying to balance those two interests.
It really wasn't, the question wasn't related to that, but to the snake issue. The child care licensing rules that we're seeing here are not necessarily affecting foster parents or grandparents, correct? That stays under the federal statute? Okay, that's what I want a clarification on. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
No, I guess I just wanted, after hearing the speaker, I assume you've had conversations with her previously?
Through the inspection process, yes.
Do-
I'm sorry, through the
And I
inspection
definitely-
process, not me myself.
Excuse me,
but
ma'am.
Okay.
As far as I know, through our inspection process, my staff has had conversation with her. I have not directly had conversation with her.
Okay, so as I understand from the conversation, the state allows it, but our licensing does not allow it. Is that correct?
No, the state licensing regulations in the other parts of the state, they're adopting similar regulations. Ours is a little more specific.
That's why, I think
Right.
that's why I meant. The state is much more general.
Right, correct.
So, and you said the state is going to be moving towards our restrictions?
They've moved towards similar language. They have not outlined specific animals that they're prohibiting. They're just kind of giving a general statement that animals that may pose a threat to children, aggressive animals, poisonous animals, those types of things.
Okay.
I don't think they put the language in for the constrictors.
As far as you know, has there been any incident in any child care facility in Hillsborough County related to snakes and poisonous and any bites, anything?
Not that I'm aware of. I know in
Okay.
years past, there was a constrictor snake that got out of, in a family child care home.
Right. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you. I'll move approval.
That's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item D2. Commissioner White, you recognize.
So the restrictions are just on constrictor snakes and venomous snakes? So a provider can work with kids with non-venomous, non-restrictor snakes, right? Okay.
Right.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item D2. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item D3, which is your next public hearing.
Good morning, Commissioners. Adam Gormley, Development Services Department. Item D3 is the second of two required public hearings to consider a proportionate share agreement between Hillsborough County, the Hillsborough County School Board, and Starlight Homes LLC. The purpose of the agreement is to satisfy school concurrency for the Sanwa subdivision. The Sanwa subdivision has received an indication that there is not adequate space to accommodate 11 middle school students that would be produced by the subdivision. Accordingly, the applicant has entered into or proposed to enter into this proportionate share agreement by which they'll make a payment of $298,824.71 towards the construction of middle school seats to accommodate the impact of the development. This is a public hearing and available for any questions.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D3? Anyone wishing to address item D3? On motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item D3. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
D4.
Mr. Merrill.
Item D4 is also a proportionate share agreement between Hillsborough County, the school district, School Board of Hillsborough County, and 19th Avenue RFCJP LLC. This is to satisfy the school concurrency requirements for the Osprey Reserve subdivision. This is a 49 single-family unit subdivision and would have a deficiency of 6 middle school seats. To accommodate that, the agreement is calling for a payment of $162,995.30, which will go to create middle school seat capacity to accommodate the proposed development. I'm available for any questions.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D4? Anyone wishing to address item D4? Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item D4. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
D5.
Item D5 is the first of two required public hearings to consider the proportionate share agreement between Hillsborough County, the School Board of Hillsborough County, and Eisenhower Property Group LLC. The purpose of the agreement is to satisfy school concurrency for the Creek Preserve subdivision. This is proposed to be a 636-unit single-family subdivision that would create have a deficiency of 75 middle school seats. To satisfy that, the applicant and agreement is calling for a payment of $2,037,441, which will go to create middle school seats to accommodate the proposed development. This is the first of two public hearings.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D5? Anyone wishing to address item D5? Motion by Commissioner Merwin, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item
This is
D5.
first of two public hearings, so no action today.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Second
no
public hearing will be held on April 17th.
My bad.
Sorry.
No problem. All right, that takes us to item D6, which is public hearing concerning a brownfields area.
Good morning, Commissioners. Yaksha Petrovich, Economic Development Department. This is the second public hearing for designation of a brownfield area, which is located at a parcel west of the intersection of Hoover Boulevard on Northwest Hannah Avenue, Tampa. On January 2nd, 2019, JVS Land Holding Company, LLC, submitted an application requesting that Hillsborough County designate the parcel as a brownfield area. The property consists of approximately 19.41 acres and is shown on the projected map. Brownfield area is a real property, the expansion, redevelopment, and reuse of which may be complicated by actual or perceived environmental contamination. The applicant plans to develop the property as a construction material recycling facility. The designation provides certain potential benefits to the applicant associated with cleanup of the site. There is no financial impact to the county associated with this designation. At the second public hearing before the Board of County Commissioners, the board must consider the following in determining the area to be designated: whether the brownfield area warrants economic development and has a reasonable potential for such activities, whether the proposed area to be designated represents a reasonably focused approach and is not overly large in geographic coverage, whether the area has potential to interest the private sector in participating in rehabilitation, and whether the area contains sites or parts of sites suitable for limited recreational open spaces, cultural or historical preservation uses. An advertised community meeting on this designation was held at AP Aledo High School on February 14, 2019. No public comment was received. The first public hearing was held on March 6, 2019, and no public comment was received. The staff has reviewed the application and the applicable criteria, and staff recommendation is for approval of the resolution designating the brownfield area. I, along with applicant's representatives and Ed Halvenston from the County Attorney's Office, are available to answer any questions you may have.
This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to address item D6? Anyone wishing to address item D6? Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item D6. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
That concludes your public hearings, takes you to item F3, which is Commissioner Kemp's item, which was scheduled for 10:15.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Oh, thank you. I'll just let Mr. Fass introduce the item.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Tom Fass, Assistant County Administrator. This request by Commissioner Kemp is for sponsorship of the Florida Solar United Neighborhoods FL Sun Cooperative in the amount of $15,000 and to authorize Environmental Protection Commission and county staff to support and participate in the launch of the cooperative, as well as associated public outreach efforts to educate county residents on solar power. This is the second co-op launch for Hillsborough County, following a very successful first-year co-op in 2018, which actually turned into 2 co-ops because of the strong participation, and where over 400 residents were educated on solar power. Ultimately, 47 homes went solar with 463 kilowatts of clean energy installed. The economic investment into the local economy was over $1 million, and the CO2 reduction to the environment is estimated over 18 million pounds of carbon offset over the next 25 years.
Mr. Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Vass. I am very proud of this board for supporting the kickoff of Florida Sun. They operate in a number of states. I'm not sure how many offhand, and I know they have, and is growing all the time, and then our kickoffs in Florida, of which Hillsborough County was part of. And I believe at the time that we did this last year, this was, to date, at that time, the largest kickoff they had ever had in the country. And for that, it really shows the interest of our citizens in this. I think there's a lot of pent-up demand of people who would like to use solar, but they really don't know whether their homes would be appropriate, who they would hire as a contractor, how it would cost, how they would pay for it, and how it works. And they want to make sure that they can trust who they're working with and that it is a good, reliable source. And by neighborhoods participating in this and groups participating in this, they get to vet the contractors together to understand their opportunities, their financing. This co-op launch is going to happen on April 25th, 2019, so you can let everyone around know, here at the Chalora Courthouse Square, and run through the summer of 2019. And with the county's continued sponsorship, Florida Sun will develop promotional materials to educate the public, distribute outreach materials, conduct public workshops throughout the county, and manage a request for proposal process to ensure local solar vendors are aware of the solicitation, have an opportunity to propose, and ensure the selection process is both fair and reasonable. Additionally, Florida Sun will monitor and report on the performance of the program, similar to their report out for the first co-op. So this is a wonderful opportunity. Florida Co-op is a not-for-profit. I'm not sure it says that in here, but I'm really so pleased that our program here has been so successful, and looking forward to another big kickoff here, and here just letting the residents know, and for all of us, know that this opportunity is available to all the constituents, all the residents of Hillsborough County.
And we also have Michelle Jenkins, the EPC project manager, here today, along with Julia Herbst, FL Sun's Hillsborough County Solar Co-op Coordinator, to help answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you so much for bringing this forward. You know, it is something that is so important for Florida and for our area in particular, that is ground zero for climate change and sea level rise, that we work with our abundant sunshine for solar energy. And it's really important to get the information out and get the word out to citizens as to how they can do this economically and as you say, with vendors they can trust. So, but thank you very much.
What's your pleasure?
I'll move the item.
Second.
There's a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith to approve item F3. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Takes you to item F8, which is the Academy, Advantage Academy item, which was 10:30 time certain.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Thank you. Board members, I brought this item back because we were given some inaccurate information when we voted on this issue at our last meeting, and so I think it's important to set the record straight. I actually reviewed the video of our last hearing or meeting about this to make sure I had the exact words of the attorney representing Advantage Academy, because they can be slightly different from the captioning, and in fact they were slightly different from the captioning, so I'll just read them for the record. The exact words taken from the video of what was said to us at our last meeting was, "The school district does support this particular issue. particularly because of the risk that a charter school would present to the school district if it does not own its facility or if it ceases operation. It puts the school district in extremis. And he says, which was not in the transcript, so I've spoken with the superintendent and a number of the school board members, and they are supportive of this particular action. So he actually, that's the quote, so he actually told us that the superintendent as well as the school district supported the bond issue. And in the transcripts from the IDA's own meeting on November 1st, and that's in your backup as well, you can see that they were also told, the IDA was also told that the school board as a whole and the superintendent supported this transaction. However, we now have a letter from the school board member Lynn Gray in your backup refuting these claims and informing us that the school board has not taken any position in support of these bonds. In fact, she personally opposes it. And furthermore, we recently received a letter from Superintendent Eakins saying he never supported this either. In fact, his letter says, I have never formally taken a position regarding the Advantage Academy IDA bonding issue, either personally or on behalf of the school board as a whole. That letter was sent to all of us. He also notes the school board has not collectively taken any action. And he goes on to say, the representatives of Advantage Academy had no authority to represent to the IDA or the BOCC that the school board or the superintendent supported the bond application. So I wanted to set the public record straight on those misrepresentations and give us a chance to consider this item in light of this information. Another point that warrants clarification is the notion mentioned on the record that this bond deal is good for the school district in one way, because they said if the charter school closed, as 25 charter schools have closed just in Hillsborough County, well, they said at least the school district would get the charter school building somehow. Since then, Mr. Morrison has explained in more detail that in the case of default, the buildings and property would naturally be sold off to pay back the bondholders. And, perhaps the school district could conceivably buy those buildings if they want them, but they would not automatically get them. And keep in mind that the district may not want those buildings at all anyway, because charter school buildings are not required to be built to the same standards as our public school buildings. For example, they're not required to be hurricane shelters as our public schools are. So, and some research provided in your backup shows that historically, in no case of charter schools defaulting on their bonds has the school district ever automatically gotten the buildings, neither in Florida nor nationwide. So just a couple of final points. Advantage Academy is a nonprofit entity. However, it contracts with Charter Schools Associates, which is a large profit-making business that operates and manages the schools. So while these special low-interest bonds would go technically to a nonprofit entity, that nonprofit has a very close relationship with a profit-making corporation. In fact, it was the president of CSA, the profit-making corporation, Michael Strader, who led the presentation to IDA requesting these bonds. And purchasing the school buildings with the bond money allows Advantage Academy to be eligible to apply for funding from the half-cent school tax. By the way, even if IDA does not issue these bonds, nothing that we do will prevent Advantage Academy from getting loans to buy their buildings and continuing to do business with Charter Schools Associates running their schools. So, I'm sympathetic with the parents who are very enthusiastic about their schools, but there's nothing we're going to do today that would end your schools or end the ability of your schools to get loans to buy those buildings. It's a question of the IDA and our county's bonding. So I would like to ask, I think Tom Morrison is here. if he's here, I had a question for him. Oh, thank you so much. Just one last question. A point I've learned a little bit about since our last meeting is that these bonds carry more risk than I thought of. These are not the AAA rated bonds that our county is used to issuing. They are, looking at the IDA transcripts, I see that it was mentioned quite a bit that they are non-investment grade bonds. Is that correct?
They're not rated at all, and hence we put the $100,000 denomination requirement and the requirement that they be sold to qualified institutional buyers.
Is this not, so when there's not rated or they're non-investment grade, is that what the public understands to be junk bonds?
Well, junk bonds is a misused term. They're just unrated bonds, so the public can't tell what the risk level is on buying those securities. Hence, we're requiring them to be sold to institutional investors.
Thank you. So with that, I would, we'll have some board discussion before my motion.
Well, I have a motion.
All right.
I think you might like it. As I said earlier, last time we had this discussion, I think it was in February, this was not about anyone's ideology and feelings about charter schools. As I told you before, in the legislature, I was adamantly against charter schools, fought against it vigorously with every ounce of vigor I had against charter schools. It was more of a business situation. However, I reviewed Commissioner Smith's agenda items and the backup materials. The backup material reflects that there were inaccuracies, representations made to the board regarding the school district support of the IDA's financing for Advantage Academy. However, the backup material includes the transcripts of IDA's November 2018 meeting, and it appears that similar inaccurate representations were made to the IDA board. In light of the new information and possible impact on both boards, I'm going to pass the gavel to the vice chair and make the following motion. I move to rescind the BOCC's February 20, 2019 approve the IDA bonds for Advantage Academy of Hillsborough County project and remand the matter to the IDA for the IDA to consider in this light of new information. I would also like the IDA to undertake a new legal and financial review of Advantage Academy's application and the proposed financing prior to this being brought back to this board. That's my motion. Yeah.
Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you very much for bringing this back to conversation. The process that we went through, there's a handout I'd like to go to all of the board members. The process that we went through addressing this particular bond issue has been obviously a little challenging. And I think the biggest issue that I have with any of it is the fact that the lack of transparency in the deal. I don't deal with lack of transparency well. In the business of which I have participated for my entire career as a certified financial planner, as a fiduciary, it is required to disclose conflicts of interest. While the IDA tool to use for financing oftentimes is used to expand for economic development and a public good, I'm not sure that this deal actually meets that guideline. It is a real estate transaction, as was referred to earlier in the day by the representative from the League of Women Voters. With that, you'll see that there is a direct relationship, albeit a little bit loose, between Florida School Properties and Charter School Associates, of which there is an overlay in the board. There are board members in Advantage Academy, which is a nonprofit that have acted for a long period of time regarding this school. And this actually is not a reflection of the fact that it's a charter school. It's the fact that it's a real estate deal for a private entity to harvest their profits out of the piece of property that is offering a public good to our community by being a school. But full disclosure, in my mind, is a really good practice. And it took multiple phone calls, multiple requests, and multiple staff time to review all of the relationships to determine who's on first in this deal, and then who was on second. So in light of that, I appreciate the motion that was made, and that's part of the reason why I seconded it. Thank you.
Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And I'm counting votes here, so I'm kind of getting the gist of where this is headed. I really, because our board is always very fair in every situation, but I do think, because we heard from Tom Morrison, we've presented, I guess you could call almost evidence about information that has come here. And I think it would be fair for us to at least hear a response from the legal team that's representing the academy. If, Mr. Chair, so I guess why I'm, or Ms. Chair, Madam Chair, if I think it would be appropriate to grant them the courtesy of being able to respond to this information that's been presented.
I'll call up, I don't know who is representing. Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Ron Cristaldi. I represent Advantage Academy. Thank you, Commissioner Merman, and thank you, members of the Commission. Happy to address any questions, but I would like to first address the issue of alleged misrepresentation. Commissioner Smith, I did not go back and look at the video. I did look at the transcript. I don't believe I said I talked to Jeff, but one of my colleagues did. And I would point you all to Mr. Eakins, Superintendent Eakins' letter, where he did say that he has said now, and he has said in the past, that he believes that charter schools owning their facilities as opposed to leasing those facilities is in the best interest of the community and children. That's in his letter. If I'm trying not to quote him directly here, so please don't hold me to it word for word, but I would commend you to look back at that letter. The issue at hand, I also want to make clear to this group, my involvement in the issue started after the first instance where it came to this commission and Commissioner White made a motion that did not get a second. I was not involved. I did not speak with anyone. I did not make any representations one way or another, and frankly, I didn't know that the issue existed. Given some of the public comment, I feel also a need to mention that I do not know the Koch brothers, and I am a registered Democrat, and I do have 3 children in the public school system. To me, this is about issuance of bonds. If a careful review of the transcript of the last meeting would indicate that Mr. Chairman himself said on the record that he had spoke to the chair of the school board. On the record, he said he spoke to school board member Stewart. I attended some meetings with some of you all where district staff attended those meetings. There were no misrepresentations on my part. It was clearly communicated to me by a number of school board members. I never said that the school board approved anything. And district staff sat in meetings with me and said that they believed in this instance where a charter school was acquiring property as opposed to leasing the property, that was in the best interest of the school district, and that's what I tried to communicate. So forgive me if anyone took that as any type of misrepresentation, but I still stand by those statements and believe that they were accurate and correct. As to the issues of reversion, there is in fact a statute. It's 1002.338D that does provide for reversion back to the county in the instance where public funds were used to purchase property, subject, of course, to any liens. Commissioner Overman, I believe, asked the bond counsel and individuals involved to craft a covenant. So now there is a bond covenant in the bond covenants that exists that also reaffirms that reversion back to the county, back to the school district. And in addition, there's a language in the agreements, the charter agreements, that cause a reversion back. Of course, they would be subject to loans and liens on the property. That's in any type of real estate transaction, any type of finance transaction. There was some questions about public purpose. I would point the commission to section 159.27 22B of the Florida statutes, which is the bond provision, and it specifically lists in the types of public purpose facilities that could be used for bond financing charter schools. Again, I'm not advocating whether that should be there or not, but by law, it is a sufficient public purpose. I would point the commission to the fact that there have been a number of bond issues for private schools in the county. There have been past charter schools who have received tax-exempt bond financing. This is not about a debate between whether a charter school is a good charter school or not. From a philosophical perspective, it's simply to issue bonds. You heard from parents here today that the students and the teachers will be the beneficiaries of the cost saving. There has been use of the word pass-through entity and some allegations and accusations about the relationship between the for-profit and the not-for-profit entity. I did submit declarations to all the commissioners in an attempt to be very transparent about both the property ownership and the relationship between the management company and the charter school. Charter schools are tax-exempt, not-for-profit entities with independent boards of directors. No one from the for-profit entity sits on those board of directors. They have an arm's length contract. The IRS has very stringent regulations on management contracts between not-for-profit entities and for-profit entities, and these meet those regulations. It is in fact prohibited by law, by federal law, for any tax-exempt entity to pay more than fair market value for goods or services to any for-profit person or entity. And so an accusation that there is some pass-through is frankly an accusation that there's criminal activity, which there's no evidence of that at all here. So I appreciate the opportunity to be heard. I understand, I'm reading the votes here as well, but I would respectfully ask the commission to stay with the original vote and focus this particular issue on the tax-exempt bond financing. I am here and available and have information, so if there's any more transparency or information that's needed, I'm happy to provide that. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Cristaldi. Commissioner Smith?
Oh, I wasn't done, but.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I just wanted to finish my remarks, especially after hearing Mr. Cristaldi. I think the legal and emotional issues on this charter school thing have reached a collision course. And you know, Hillsborough County's the highest number of charter schools in the state. So we all know that. And this board has participated in other schools. And I'm starting to feel really a great deal of trepidation about reversing the vote. They could go across the street to the courts and they could say, you know, you have to accept it or you have to do it. And I also feel that the legal side of this just, I mean, it's not, I mean, I'm reading Jeff Aiken's letter right here. He says, you know, he has previously indicated he believes ownership of the land as opposed to leasing evidences more of an investment in our community as a whole, plus the fact it does go back to the school district if something happens to it. So I don't see why we shouldn't, or why we would reverse our vote. I think it does set a precedent for the future. I'll be honest with all of you. And when you don't have a level playing field and you're treating different entities differently, we're going to have major discussions going down the road. So I think we have to be very careful about this action today. And I was prepared to stay with my vote. I understand the way the votes are, that there's really 4 votes right now to move forward with the motion on the floor. I will support that as long as it does come back to us for, and is that your intention, maker of the motion, that will come back to this board?
Madam Chair.
After a review by the IDA?
Commissioner Merman, this is a business deal more than anything else.
Right.
Okay? And we want to make sure that every I is dotted, every T is crossed. That's why in my motion I said remand it back to the IDA. to let them do their financial due diligence and bring forth any outside counsel they may need. If they deem that this particular entity is proper, they will bring it back to this board, and this board at that particular point in time will have the opportunity to vote yea or nay again.
Okay.
Now, I'm going to let you know something else. After this motion, I have another motion to talk about future entities like this may come again.
Mm-hmm.
That's
Good.
right.
Well, I'm pleased that you're going to do that, that it's going to come back here. I would prefer that we not reverse our vote until we have that information come back to us. That's my preference. But I understand where we're headed here. I think, you know, I guess being married to an attorney for a long time has taught me to look at these things differently. But I think we could be on uncharted paths here. Thank you.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Overman, for doing more research into and finding more information about this deal. And I really appreciate having your background in finance on this board and your background on understanding bonds and finances. And thank you, Commissioner Miller, for your motion to rescind our previous vote, which has to be done in order to do anything different, and then remand it to the IDA. I agree with you that since both this board and that board received inaccurate information, that the IDA also deserves a chance to reevaluate their review in light of accurate information. And so if the IDA then deems, in light of all the information, that this is worth presenting to the board, and if it comes back after their IDA review, now knowing what I've learned about this and how it is mostly a real estate deal, I'm unlikely to change my vote, I have to say. But I do think that it should go through all the processes before we, if it comes back to us to have a final vote. So thank you very much for watching the process.
Commissioner Hagan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple of comments. I'm a proud Hillsborough County Public Schools alumni, I guess you would say. As I mentioned earlier, my daughter is a 6th grade public school, middle school student here. I am a big supporter of charter schools. Always have been. I don't feel that every child learns in the same way, and some have challenges that they need a different environment. So I support charter schools. All that being said, when I heard of I saw the agenda item and read the backup, to me it did scream, or I saw similarities to our land use process when new information comes in and we remand it back to the authority to consider the new information. So I think it's actually a great motion that Commissioner Miller came up with. I do have, as Commissioner Merman stated, I do have concerns as far as the legality of changing the rules midstream, if you will. I mean, it seems like we've had rules in place that we've authorized other charter schools to go by, and it appears that the argument can be made that we're changing the rules midstream, and I think that would potentially place us in a very bad legal position. I'm also not certain if the concerns that have been raised today are really germane to the process anyway, but all that being said, in light of the new information, I do think a remand is appropriate, and that's why I'm going to support the motion on the floor.
I also would like to speak to this as the only attorney on the board. I would just say that I looked at it legally, and I'm not so concerned about it being referred back to the courts. You know, I would think that there would be opportunities for bonding elsewhere if it didn't get bonded here. But I'll say exactly what I said last time. For me, it's not about charter schools at all. And as I understand, there's not a single IDA-supported school that's come before us that's been a not-for-profit tied with a for-profit. This is a very big for-profit and a little not-for-profit. And that's where my issues and concerns are. If this was strictly a not-for-profit charter school, I would have no problem with it. And as I understand, every other where the bonds have been issued by the IDA has been a totally single entity not-for-profit. So that's where my, that's what I said last time, that's what I'll repeat again. So I think we have no one else in the line, so seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Madam Vice Chair, I have another motion.
Commissioner Miller?
This is probably not the first time we're going to have this type of situation and this type of issue coming from the school board. And it is, I don't want to say, yeah, it is somewhat unfortunate that we had contradicting information coming from school board members and from the superintendent himself. I think we need to have a workshop to work this whole thing out, to lay some ground rules and processes that we don't have to run into this situation again. So my motion is for this board, along with our county administrator and school board members, along with the co-superintendent and Mr. Morris from IDA, to have a workshop together that we can sit down and construct, or whatever we need to do to put together whatever it is we need, that we don't have these type of situations again. I think that this one was, and again, I'm going to ask, do not, we have this workshop, look at it through your ideologies of how you feel about charter schools. That is not the purpose. This is a business deal, and we need to look at it as business deals. So my motion is that we have a workshop between the Board of County Commissioners and Mr. Merrill as our county administrator, school board members and the county, their superintendent, and IDA representative, Mr. Morris, that we might be able to sit down and work these processes out. That's my motion.
We have a motion by Commissioner Miller and a second with Commissioner Merman. Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you. And thank you, Commissioner Miller, because actually we need to get to the root of the issue. And, you know, I brought this up in land use meetings many times. We've actually changed our code because the queuing issues and different things, you know, they buy, for the charter schools, they buy a piece of property that's like 4 times smaller than what the public schools buy for a same-size school. And it's really, you know, they go into neighborhoods and it's really hurt. Now, granted, we changed the code, but it didn't go as far as I wanted, and I hope we'll be able to discuss some of these siting issues and land use issues we have in regards to charter schools. And like I said, I'm a big supporter of charter schools, but honestly, we all have to live by the same rules. Everybody's got to play in the sandbox together, and I'm hoping that we can achieve that with this workshop. That's why I'm supporting.
I see no further comments. Seeing no further comments, we have a motion by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Merman. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Members, we have 5 more time certain items, and then at that point, I think we need to take a lunch break. So, Mr. Merrill, you recognize.
Okay. That would be 2 items, B8 and F5, both 1045 time certains. B8 is the report by the county internal auditor on the Oracle Enterprise Resource Planning System audit.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Okay. For the record, my name is Peggy Caskey. I'm the County Internal Auditor. And this is Martin Nash from Protiviti, who actually performed the audit. We're here today to present the performance audit of the Oracle Enterprise Planning System. My office had managed the contract. Protiviti actually performed the work. The spirit of the audit was to have the board's county internal auditor contract manage an independent outside audit professional to assess the efficiency and effectiveness of the Oracle the Oracle system in order to determine if it is functioning at an optimal level. The independence is especially important since the clerk and the board have not been able to move forward on several areas of disagreement. The audit was performed with the clerk's input on the scope of work and the selection of the independent audit firm Protiviti. As requested, Protiviti did not audit the clerk's constitutional duties and responsibilities, which fell outside of the contracted scope of work. Approximately 15 meetings were held with the clerk, executive personnel, as well as the other tenants, with the majority of these meetings held with Protiviti. The board was the only auditee. The other tenants, the City of Tampa, Civil Service, and the Clerk of Circuit Court, cooperated by providing access to activities, records, property, and personnel as necessary to accomplish the stated objective of the board's audit engagement. The auditee response, like I said, the Board of County Commissioners was the auditee. The county administrator provided the management response, and the county administrator has concurred with each of the audit findings. Protiviti is an Oracle Gold partner and a leader in the field of ERP strategy and the risk management. Protiviti has subject matter expert support in business process improvement, as well as Protiviti Government Services. The audit team members are professionals with many years of experience in internal audit, IT consulting, ERP implementations, risk management, and Oracle applications. The audit was performed in conformance with the Yellow Book audit standards and within the board-approved scope of work, with guidance from the county attorney's office as well as the chairman of the board. I'm going to turn the mic over to Martin Nash to present his audit report.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Like Ms. Caskey mentioned, my name is Martin Nash. I'm a Managing Director with Protiviti. I was responsible for the engagement. I'm going to go through some of the background of the review and talk about a couple of the key things that we identified. So just some general background on Oracle itself. It's an ERP, enterprise resource planning system, that supports transactions and processes performed by the board and the other tenants that Ms. Caskey mentioned, really focusing on accounting, procurement, project cost accounting, and other areas. It's a system of record for specific data and transactions. It's really decentralized, meaning that users across the county perform transactions within the system, and these transactions are certainly governed by the board's policies. It is the financial system of record. Therefore, the financial statements are prepared and produced out of there, but I know they're generated and prepared by the clerk of the court. Some of the objectives of our review is really to evaluate the governance and change control processes within Oracle, focusing on the alignment to strategic priorities and direction, with also considerations for risk management. We also looked at the system's security settings to identify any opportunities as it relates to excessive access, segregation of duty risks, et cetera. And also, given that the system is managed by multiple groups, really looking at the support processes and understanding how those groups are working together to kind of effectively and efficiently support the application. So again, from a scope of work, we recognize that there are multiple tenants that are using the system, but our review really focused on the lens through the Board of County Commissioners and the transactions and processes supported therefore. Our work did not include looking at any processes or transactions performed by those other entities, but recognizing there was a requirement for some cooperation of those other groups, given that the system is supported by other groups, and we wanted to understand sort of the impact of those areas. Again, just to stress that the board was our auditee here. So to kind of take you through our general approach, what we like to do and what we did perform was really reviewing the current state, understanding the system, understanding the processes, being supported by the system. We looked at certain documentation, so we made that through request lists. We understood who those key individuals were that manage those core processes, whether it's procurement, HR, et cetera, and also reviewed any prior reports from other audits that were performed. During field work, we really spent a lot of time with the stakeholders. We really wanted to be involved in understanding what the process was, how do they perform that process, understand what they're doing inside and outside the system, just to provide us an opportunity to present recommendations to better optimize and utilize the system. And through that, we performed our analysis of those results, as well as looking at certain settings within the application, configurable controls, security through our tools, and our baseline set of risks. And at the end, we had results provided to the different groups, as well as with a focus on how do we enhance the controls through better design or operating effectiveness. Not going to dwell on this, but this sort of identifies the types of controls that we looked at, whether preventative, detective, system within the application, or things that are done outside. But really, this is meant to describe the types of things that we would provide as recommendations, the different types of controls. Not everything is bad. There are some positive attributes that we identified during the review. Certainly, material weaknesses and significant deficiencies identified by the auditors in the past have been remediated and continue to progress. Support groups, the various teams are looking to really serve their customers, their end users, and providing the best product possible. We did identify configurable controls that were utilized within the system, which is a good thing. And certainly after a go live, there is a little bit of a stabilization period, and it appears that the system is becoming more and more stable. And lastly, we recognize that there's tools in the market and ways to better monitor risks within the environment, and those are being considered through the use of GRC tools. Oracle has a GRC product that we know that the clerk of the court has procured and is going to utilize. One of the biggest things that we identified was related to governance. This is the body that really is used to set the vision, the strategy for the project and the program. They provide the leadership and direction as to what should or shouldn't be done as it relates to changes in the environment. You know, these individuals represent the different groups that are utilizing the system, so that you get a dissection of opinions and understand impacts, et cetera, so that you're not left with just one individual that's making decisions that don't necessarily understand the impact to others. And they can also resolve conflicts. So if there's things that aren't going right, down, as you can see, down towards the bottom of the pyramid, those things bubble up and you get that resolution from the governance committee. This type of organization is important as you continue to think about the strategic use of Oracle or otherwise. There will be upcoming initiatives as Oracle will not support the current version that's on within the next couple of years, and there'll need to be a decision as to upgrade or look to do something else. And that's where it's important to have a board like this set up that can kind of help address some of those key things that'll have to change. A few other areas just to mention relate to just enhancing the change control process. This really boils down to sort of coordination and communication across the different groups that are supporting Oracle. A lot of this would be set by the governance team once it's established. Understanding the impact behind changes to other users and constituents of the system, like we mentioned, like the City of Tampa, for example, and better monitoring changes within the application. And we know that the tool set is there as the clerk has produced or procured the GRC solution. Just enhancing security, there were some entitlements that we identified that might have a little bit more access, and good practice would be to kind of separate that out. Doesn't mean that you don't have segregation of duties within your system. It's about how you're managing and monitoring that, but we provided some recommendations there. And then just enhancing the effectiveness of the support groups, really through the establishment of service level agreements, making sure keeping people accountable and responsible for what they're doing. And lastly, we did look at and dive into some business processes. We had individuals more familiar with core business and provided some opportunities to improve those processes through the use of Oracle. So overall, the system is adequate to support the needs of the county, or specifically the board. Those material weaknesses and significant deficiencies that we talked about a little bit briefly earlier have been resolved, and I think Chair Beckert has agreed to that, and those results are improving. But there is a lack of formal governance, and there is a lot of opportunity to improve that, and establishing that committee to allow you to continue to achieve the goals and vision that you want. And lastly, just really using that governance team to kind of establish trust, achieve a common goal as it relates to supporting the application, and really defining and agreeing to some core roles and responsibilities of those groups. So with that.
So that ends our presentation, but does the board have any comments or questions before I ask the board to accept the report?
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Yes, thank you very much for your report. It's very clear that this is a very important part of our process in terms of making sure we're accountable for how we use our dollars and who has access to the information and how it's best utilized for making policy decisions. In your report, when you talked about a governing board and the pyramid that you showed, that was very helpful in seeing how we could structure an opportunity to make decisions and how to utilize it, but also in making the decision to move forward as we evaluate how Oracle will be able to best be utilized in the future, given the fact that they may not be sustaining the version that we're using now, and we may need to move to a cloud. That's a big undertaking. So having that process in place now will be very beneficial. I noticed that it is a 4-member team, and I recognize that anytime you have governance and you have the opportunity for a disagreement when it could end up being an even vote, that can be challenging to negotiate. And I don't know who or how we would find a 5th member, but I would suggest that maybe that might address that issue. So that was one of the things that I noticed in your presentation, that there was a 4-member team. So that was the only comment that I would ask of the board to consider if that is a decision to move forward. So thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. I'd just like to thank everyone. I know this was worked out with a lot of hard work on parts of all parties. And so I'd like to thank everyone on behalf of the County Commission who worked with this and the clerk's office. And I know that generally Ms. Frank came to speak to many of us and voiced some support for this plan, but I just wanted to give Ms. Frank the opportunity to speak to this and your thoughts about this.
Madam Clerk.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, and good morning, board members, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk on this item. First, I am in full support of the chairman's item F5, which is to create a formal governance structure. It is needed. However, because I was not allowed to participate fully in the audit, I feel the need to make a brief statement for the record. Before Oracle, board departments used the clerk's financial system called FAMIS, F-A-M-I-S. Because of the expected efficiency and productivity, I agreed to the Oracle implementation but on the assumption that my role over the county's financial controls would naturally continue since I am the comptroller of the county. As comptroller, I am chief accountant and treasurer of the county. Specifically, it's my job in Oracle to safeguard the county's assets, to make sure that payments are appropriate before cash goes out the door, and to minimize the risk of fraud. To do this job, it is paramount that the internal controls in Oracle remain strong and in my independent role. A bedrock internal control in Oracle is that the job of provisioning of roles and responsibilities in Oracle is centralized and administered independently in my office. To ensure strong internal controls is imperative that this job remain independent and in my office. Aside from the fact that my role in Oracle is supported by the Constitution, statutes, and case law, there are no findings of business reasons in the audit that support the need to change my current role in Oracle. Furthermore, there are no findings in the audits in which users of Oracle did not have the proper access to do their jobs. That said, there's no reason to change the job of provisioning roles and responsibilities in Oracles from the clerk. This county has bigger issues to address, so let's not spend any more recesses on this particular matter. The audit also mentioned the need to replace the current Oracle system in the near future, to go to the Oracle Cloud. I'm not a party to the current Oracle agreement. I respectfully, to ensure my full participation going forward and to avoid confusion so we don't have 2-2 votes, I respectfully request that the board direct the county attorney to include the clerk as a party with the board in all future agreements with Oracle. In closing, we are partners, and we must work together to ensure taxpayer assets are protected and properly spent. Thank you again to the board for this opportunity to address this item. I'll be glad to respond to anything.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Commissioner Kemp, you still have the floor.
I just wanted to offer Madam Clerk the opportunity to respond to this proposal, and thank you for your comments.
Anything else, Madam Clerk?
This is a very important position to take. I can't deviate from this. This is not one of compromise. This is one of recognizing that I have an independent responsibility to fulfill. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Comptroller, auditors, anything else you want to bring forth?
Excuse me?
I was talking to the auditor. Okay. Thank you. What's your pleasure? There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Oberman to accept the report. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Your item then, Mr. Chair, F5.
Thank you. We've just heard the audit report on the Oracle Enterprise Resource System, and you heard that part of that, in conjunction with the findings, a recommendation in the audit report regarding the Oracle Enterprise Resource System, in particular the recommendation to create a formal governance process. With that, I move that the Board of County Commissioners establish a governance committee consisting of the Board of County Commission Chair, the Clerk of the Circuit Court, the County Administrator, the Deputy Comptroller of the Clerk's Office. The Governance Committee will meet at least monthly, and its first order of business will be to develop bylaws and policies deemed necessary to address findings of the audit report and provide a revenue to resolve future issues that it may rise. The Governance Committee will bring to the Board of County Commissioners its recommendation, bylaws, and policies for the Board of County Commissioners approval. And that's my motion.
Second.
That's my motion. Pass the gavel.
We have a motion and a second. Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Miller, it's wonderful. Thank you for bringing this. I do want to ask you, given the situation where there could be an impasse, or we don't really know because you haven't started your discussions, do you think it would be appropriate to have a mediator or someone or a facilitator be a part of this group?
A mediator or facilitator? Or are you asking for a fifth person to be a member?
Well, they could not be counted as a fifth person because they'd have to be impartial. I know Commissioner Overman has mentioned a fifth person. I'm not as concerned with the fifth person as I am someone trying to mediate or facilitate the discussions.
Well, we've had discussions going back to 2016 when I was chairman before. I don't know what discussions were when you were chair, when Commissioner White was chair. But we've had these same discussions. As a matter of fact, we had discussions last week and came to the agreement of having this governance committee. Having a mediator in there, I don't know what else that mediator can do as we go through the processes of the first step of developing our bylaws and procedures, and bring it back here, and then what else we can do as a governance committee to make sure that this Oracle process continues to develop. I don't know what else a mediator could do.
Well, I mean, there's differences, obviously, you know. I mean,
yeah.
We all know there's differences of opinion, and I'm just trying to figure out how can we get to a solution. And I talked to Mr. Merrill about this when we had our briefing. I don't know, maybe you can add some thoughts to it.
Mr. Merrill.
Yeah, we did talk about that when we met last week, and we did agree that we wanted to have a 4-member group. I think what will probably have to happen is when we get together to draft the bylaws and bring them back to you, we'll have to address how those kinds of impasses would be handled. So I think if we can do it that way, if that's all right with you all, I think that would be part of the bylaws.
That's fine with me.
So.
So
the reason why, just for background, why we all agreed 4 is because that would give us motivation to resolve issues. I mean, if you set up a structure ahead of time that allows us sort of an escape valve, then you tend not to work hard to get a resolution. Not that we wouldn't work hard, but that was the reasoning behind it. And so I think it's a sound way to approach it. But you know, to your point, there will be inevitably, maybe not with this clerk or this administrator or this chair or this board, this is meant to survive for a long time. And inevitably there will be some point in the future where the governance committee can't figure out how to resolve it, and there'll have to be some mechanism. But we need to talk about that as a group and figure out how that works. So,
Madam Clerk, you wanted to respond to that?
It would be very easy to have a mediator if we weren't 2 independent entities that are created by the Constitution. How are you going to have a mediator change the laws? That's the problem. What we have to do is recognize the responsibilities and roles that are under the law right now that we each have, and then we set up the framework. Then we do the bylaws and everything. But if you don't do the work at the beginning, we're going to have confusion through the whole process. I can't see it any other way.
Madam Clerk, we've had that discussion before. No one was talking
Pardon?
about, we've had the discussion before, and we had it at our meeting last week. No one's talking about changing any laws to take away anyone's responsibilities. That's not the purpose of what we're doing. That's not the purpose of the governance committee.
Well, it could be if you start assuming some of the roles that I have right now.
No one talked about taking away your roles, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
It was not specifically said, but throughout the audit, there are very discrete references.
may I just suggest that it might be better that, because it sounds like Mr. Merrill and Ms. Frank are in agreement, actually, about moving forward. And so cross these further bridges when we come to them is what I would say, and start to resolve this as you will. And I guess any further issues, if they come into conflict, will probably end up before this board again. But at this point, it doesn't seem like there's a need to have this discussion now. It seems like there's going to be opportunities, and who knows, maybe everyone will be able to nail down an agreement and come back and be satisfied. But we'll see, because it sounds like you're in agreement now. So I don't know if there's any further comments or discussion. Commissioner Overman.
So it's my understanding that, based on the three big balls in the illustration we saw earlier, that this is a system of which we have an agreement apparently with the city of Tampa that utilizes this system as well, with an original goal of efficiency in procurement and other situations. The decision by this board or by this governing body will impact that relationship. So I would imagine if we decided if this group decided to say, okay, we're not going to use Oracle anymore, we're going to use something else completely, would the city of Tampa be interested in being in the conversation? Do they have a vested interest in the conversation, in the decisions that would be made by this board? If that were the case, that might be the fifth party that might be involved in deciding how to best approach a system that is critically important to the success and the operation of not only our county, but also our mission of being financially responsible and recognizing that cybercrime, issues in any kind of situation, whether it be an on-site system or in a cloud system, and sharing information across different entities is an important part of the entire process of the decisions that will be made with this board.
If I may, please, if I could have Tim Simon explain the difference between the relationship that the clerk has to the county and the relationship between the clerk has to the city of Tampa, what our responsibilities are in terms of AR and AP.
If I could just, before that happens, that's a very good question, and it came up in a discussion. The governance committee that Commissioner Miller is recommending is as a result of this audit. This audit was only of the relationship between the county Board of County Commissioners, the county administrator, and the clerk. You're right. There is a larger governance question as it relates to how the future relationship with the city will occur. That really wasn't the intent of this governance. This was to deal with the issues that are between us, not with the city. But yes, at some point, the city will have to be brought back in if there's a discussion about a cloud or whatever.
And we did agree to that when we had the preliminary discussion. It was better for the county and my office to work together first, and then we'll incorporate the city of Tampa. But they're a different animal in terms of the interaction.
Right.
Yeah. I'll just suggest again, it sounds like we're in agreement here and that we should, unless there's any further comments, we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Miller, seconded by Commissioner Merman. Seeing no further comments, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
B18 is the county audit report on agency, 911 agency.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Heidi Penner, Director of County Audit. Audit report number 360 was an audit of the 911 agency address data. This is the address data that is in the 911 database and is used for the initial routing of 911 calls to dispatch units. The audit did not include in its scope a review of the dispatch units or the dispatch center or the dispatch systems itself. I think it's important to note, because I know anytime somebody says 911, I'm sure the first risk that comes to your mind is public safety. So I think it's important to note that the audit team did not identify any exceptions in our testing that related to a public safety risk. The exceptions that we did note, we referred to management, and the recommendations we made to management relates to just being aware of inconsistencies that are in some of that data, and as they move forward with modernizing the other elements of the 911 system, keeping those in mind. Management concurred with our recommendations, has developed a corrective action plan, and we are following up on the implementation that they've communicated has already happened for that corrective action. I'm available for any questions and ask that you accept the report.
A motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to receive the report. Seeing no further discussion, please receive the audit report. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote. Long day.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Thank you, Heidi. That just leaves your final two times certains, B6 and B10. That has to do with the transportation surtax interlocal agreement. So we'll start with B6, which is the agreement itself. I don't know who's, oh, Sam. Okay.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Sam Hamilton, County Attorney's Office. As Mr. Merrill said, this is the interlocal agreement for the transportation sales surtax. I'll be very brief and obviously here to answer any questions. The agreement largely just mirrors the provisions in the charter amendment for the most part, as far as distribution and whatnot. A couple of brief highlights. There are a few gaps, if you will, in the charter amendment in the sense that it doesn't address certain things like the staff for the oversight committee. The parties to the agreement, what the agreement provides for is that the staff of the MPO would serve as staff for the IOC. The county attorney's office would serve as counsel to the IOC. The charter amendment also doesn't really address if there is some sort of dispute, if you will, between one of the agencies that receives funds and the IOC. So the agreement actually has a provision that the county commission would serve as that appellate process. Other than that, if you have any questions, one other thing I did want to mention, there's a ratification provision in the agreement where the parties ratify the various provisions in the charter amendment that speak to the allocation, use, and distribution of the surtax proceeds. Other than that, as I know many of you already know, the HART Board approved the agreement Monday, the MPO Tuesday. I believe the City of Temple Terrace Commission approved it last night. Plant City Commission, I think, is scheduled to take up the matter next Monday, and I believe the Tampa City Council, I think, is tomorrow. And if you have any questions, obviously here.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Thank you. I have a host of questions and comments. Mr. Hamilton, since you mentioned the ratification provision, I just want to just verify that making a decision such as that with respect to the ratification is discretionary on each party's part. Is that correct?
I think it'd be appropriate for outside counsel Alan Zimmett to address that question.
Let's make it perfectly clear that we're not going to have a court trial discussing these issues. We're just going to have some questions. Am I correct?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, just want to make sure.
Yep.
If I mean, I'm not sure exactly your question, Commissioner White. Certainly the commission has a discretion whether to approve the agreement or not with that language in there.
Okay.
But this tracks the language that was approved by the commission in the bond resolution.
Okay, and this interlocal agreement can be amended, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, there's, obviously you have to have all parties agree to any amendment.
Right. So what would the legal implications be if each party were to agree at some point in the future to amend this document and no longer deem these funding allocations to be appropriate? Say 2 years from now, 4 years from now, 10 years from now?
The answer to that is a typical lawyer answer, I guess, is it depends. It depends if there's bonds outstanding. It depends if there's an amendment to the charter that's approved. So
what if the charter reads as it does today and there are bonds outstanding?
Well, then, if there's, And then again, it depends on the bond covenants, but based upon the bond covenants that you approved, the county's share of the bond proceeds could not be reduced by agreement of the parties or by an amendment to the charter.
What would the implications be for any dollars that have not yet been bonded or otherwise appropriated?
That might be a public finance question more than it is a question for me, so Mr. Draper is here.
Good afternoon, Dwayne Draper at Bryant Marnolo, the county's bond counsel. I think that if you have bonds outstanding, and if you don't have bonds outstanding, I think there are provisions in this interlocal agreement that will govern your flexibility. There would also be provisions in the bond resolution, to the extent bonds are outstanding, that would govern your flexibility. Bondholders in particular are going to want to make sure that their source of security is not impaired with future actions that the county, as the bond issuer, might participate in.
So 10 years down the road, if all the parties agree that Hart should get more, say 65%, or they agree that Hart should get less, maybe 35%, maybe 25%, what's the process there for amending this instrument?
At that particular point in time, your ability to participate in that amendment and that of other agencies who may bond their revenue stream is going to be governed by the bond covenants. And the bond covenants, to generally state it, would prohibit the county commission from taking an action that would impair the source of security of your bondholders and some of the other agencies likely.
What if all the parties decide to amend this instrument as such before any bonds are issued?
Then it's just going to be governed by the interlocal agreement and the charter. Those are the only two operative documents at that point in time. The bond resolution is not relevant until bonds are outstanding.
Governed by the charter.
So yeah, the charter amendment exists.
So what if the county commission, at some point in time in the future, along with all the other parties, let's just say hypothetically, before any bonds are issued, let's say more or less, let's pick either scenario. We want to give 65% to Hart, or we want to give 25% to Hart. What are the legal implications of that action?
We have to comply with the charter. So
we have to comply with the charter.
And the interlocal agreement.
Your opinion to this board is that we have to comply with the charter?
With the charter
with
amendment.
Article 11?
Yeah,
okay.
Article 11 is operative.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to say, with respect to Section 2 that speaks to ratification and the parties deeming appropriate these predetermined spending allocations, that we have not studied those allocations. In fact, All for Transportation maintains that the percentage and all of the information needed for this board to make an informed decision about the allocation, distribution, and uses are privileged political strategies protected under the First Amendment. They have not disclosed them to the court, to the county commission, or even to the voters. So to ratify unknown political strategies of All for Transportation, not just for this board, but for every board for the next 30 years, is unjustifiable. And it's in conflict with what the legislature demands that we do in Section 212.055 Florida statutes in order to have the right to impose a tax that is otherwise preempted to the state. We are given 45% of this money to Hart, billions of dollars, and I don't have the information that would allow me to deem appropriate, that is, to judge as fitting as a member of the county commission, that this is wise. I don't have the information that allows me to go back to my district and tell my constituents that they needed to commit 45% of this money to buses, much less make that decision for the commissioners that come after me. And another question that I have, something that I don't understand, is the 35% referenced in Section 11.08, subsection 2. Why is it that money must be spent on transit services that utilize exclusive transit right-of-way for at least 75% of the length of the applicable service. Is there anyone here that can answer that question? Anyone? Okay. So commissioners, we're being asked to ratify certain provisions, and I'm pointing to this one as an example that there just seems to be no information on, which again is, of concern to me. I do know, based upon information that's out there on the record, that it seems that only the streetcar in downtown Tampa meets this requirement. So before I commit to spending $1 billion on transit infrastructure that is apparently destined to go where the streetcar now goes, I need facts. I can't just ratify an undisclosed project. This clearly seems to violate what the legislature expects of me, in fact, it expects of all of us, to do in judging the uses for the needs of these dollars. And I think my oath requires me to know more before I can support this. We're ratifying about $3 million a year to the MPO from county revenue when it currently operates just with grants from the state and federal government. It receives no revenue from us today. And I've received no evidence as to why we need to commit for 30 years to give this new revenue to the MPO. I do not agree that the IOC as created in the charter is constitutional or authorized by general law. But if it is independent. Nothing that I read in Article 11 allows the agencies to subject the IOC to limits or controls of its activities. I don't see how we have the power to do this when the charter gives that body the right to create its own rules. And as I read Article 11, the reason that the IOC has the skill set that it has is because the authors of Article 11 wanted it to independently evaluate projects, which this interlocal agreement seems to be trying to prevent. And I'll just close by just asking the rhetorical questions of, how can we stipulate and agree that this agreement is constitutional when we don't even have a legal opinion that Article 11 is constitutional? And just for the record, I just want to ask one more time, has anyone rendered a legal opinion as to the constitutionality of Article 11 to this board?
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
My question wasn't answered. I'll take that as a
I thought it
no.
was a rhetorical question. I'm sorry,
I'm sorry.
Commissioner.
I did
think
say rhetorical question in the beginning, but my last question was a question that I'd like an answer to. Forgive
Okay,
me.
I believe I've said at a meeting in front of this dais that I believe that the Article 11 is constitutional and valid. So to me, I'm an attorney. I believe I rendered an opinion.
Okay.
And I believe you, when we talked at your deposition the other day, you recognized that I had told the board that I believed that it was constitutional.
I'd have to go back and review the questions and answers, but thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner, there's a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by
Second.
Commissioner Smith and Overman. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you very much for your answers to your questions. Thank you for bringing this interlocal agreement forward, and thank you to all of the parties that have actually agreed that we need to move forward on our transportation planning in the way in which the charter has been designed. Yesterday, we received a report from the Metropolitan Planning Organization regarding the state of our system. It was made very clear that we need to invest in transit, as we cannot widen our way into success in serving our citizens when it comes to transportation planning. Without sitting on the MPO board or reviewing those reports, it would be very difficult for one to determine what percentage needs to go to transit versus what needs to go to roads or complete streets or any of the other things. The good news is the voters have actually asked us to move forward on this, and our other partners in this surtax have offered approval of this interlocal. And I look forward to supporting this approval. Thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith and Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-1 with Commissioner White voting no.
Mr. Merrill.
Your last time certain B10.
Commissioners, item B10 is asking you to approve a budget amendment in regards to the transportation sales surtax. The budget amendment is asking you to approve both revenues and expenditures in the amount of $207,035,069. Those appropriations are necessary in order to distribute the surtax revenue to the City of Tampa, the City of Temple Terrace, Plant City, Hart, and the MPO. The projected first-year revenues from the tax are $276,046,758. The budget amendment that you're appropriating today or approving today will allow you to make the distributions of the first 9 months of the tax for the first year.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Overman. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I look forward to actually supporting this. It makes for making sure we know what numbers are important, so identifying them and making the adjustment is appropriate. Thank you.
Commissioner Merman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This basically is just moving it or putting, as I understand from Mr. Merrill, it's just creating a line item in our budget for when the money moves from the clerk into our budget. Is that correct? It's not actually, we don't have $207 million coming into the county revenues at this time. We're just creating a line item. Is that correct?
My understanding is the first payment for January has just been received. So as those payments come in, the clerk is responsible for distributing those out to the various entities. So in order to make those distributions, we have to have an appropriation in our budget. We have to recognize that the revenues come in by appropriating it, and then we're related, basically a budget that shows the funds for instance, the City of Tampa. We have to create a budget so that we can send the funds out to the City of Tampa and everybody else.
But we still can't spend the money yet, right?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay,
It's
because
just setting up the accounting and the budget for it.
setting up the account, just like you would open a checking account or something, you know, to be able to, okay, because it's somewhat, I feel it was a little misleading, looking like, you know, we can go out and start writing checks and spending money. The second thing is, I guess it's just more or less a comment, and you know, my philosophy on, it's not about the tax, it's just that this, as Commissioner White has always said, it covers so many different areas. The charter amendment did, from the IOC to the buckets to actually the tax. Philosophically, I'm still opposed to the Independent Oversight Committee, and I'm not crazy about the buckets. I think the money should all come to the county. That's what we're elected to do, and we distribute from there. But I guess we'll see where this goes as the lawsuits are handled and dealt with in the courts, and exactly what happens to some of those particular items. Because philosophically, I think that that's what we do. We spend taxpayer dollars. And to take that authority away from us, I've always felt was inappropriate, and really does. It takes a lot of power away from us. So, thank you.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Overman, to approve item B10. See no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 5-1 with Commissioner White voting no.
That was our last time, sir, Mr. Merrill.
Correct.
We'll stand in recess till 2:30. We'll call the meeting back to order. I want to recognize Commissioner Merman before we get started.
Thank you. I just want you all to keep my aide, Jeffrey Huggins, in your prayers. He just got notified that they found his brother had deceased. So it's unfortunate, and he's, of course, left and, the office to take care of everything. But, it's kind of a sad day. So thank you. Just keep him in your prayers.
Okay, very good. Mr. Merrill.
Yes, Commissioners, we finished your time certain, so we're going to the regular agenda with affordable housing, B1, B2, and B3.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner. Cheryl Howell, Affordable Housing, B1. I'm requesting the board to approve the third modification of the funding agreement with Rebuilding Together Tampa Bay for $1.272516 with State Housing Initiative partner known as SHIP funding. And this would move grant funds of $325,257 from 17-18 and $1.272516 total grant amount.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Smith and Overman to approve item B1. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Item B2.
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
All right. Motion carried 7-0.
Now, B2.
Okay. Item B2, this is also for SHIP funding for down payment assistance with the Housing Finance Authority in the amount of $1,423,170 down payment assistance for unincorporated Hillsborough County, Temple Terrace, and the city of Plant City.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp and Smith to approve item B2. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
B3.
And item B3, adopt by resolution the LHAP for years 2019 through 2022 and execute the resolution as required by SHIP. Authorize Affordable Housing Services to submit the LHAP and approve the authorization of the signing of the resolution. There's no fiscal impact.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp and Overman. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Thank you.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Item B4, County Attorney's Office.
Hank Ennis, County Attorney's Office. Commissioners, Rule 2 of the Board of County Commissioners Rules of Order requires that a review committee be established 3 months after an election to review the rules of order of the BOCC. We have representatives from the County Administrator's Office. Brandon Wagner has agreed to serve. We have a representative from the Clerk's Office, Rick. Thank you, Rick. And we need a couple of representatives from the Board of County Commissioners to serve on this committee. Christine's asked me to serve as a representative from the County Attorney's Office. What we'll do is we'll meet, we'll talk about the rules of order, any kind of additional changes. We'll make those recommendations and bring them back to the Board of County Commissioners for their consideration, and y'all will vote on those changes if necessary.
I would like to serve.
Okay, how many you need from the commission?
At least a couple.
Okay. Commissioner Kemp has been asked to serve. I was on that last time, but go ahead, Commissioner Merman, you can serve. You serve. We go, Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Kemp, be okay? 'Cause I'll get in there and mess it up. Believe me.
Okay.
Okay, is there a motion to accept?
So move.
Okay, there's a motion to appoint Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Merman to serve on the Rules of Order Review Committee. See no further discussion, please record your vote.
Who had the second?
I'm sorry, I thought I said that.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Barrow.
Development Services, B7.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Item B7 is a request for a budget amendment resolution to move $2,040,750 from the Environmental Restoration Fund reserves to various departments for eligible uses of the funds, which will include native landscaping around ponds, enhanced landscaping at libraries and parks, and enhanced ELAP restoration projects. These funds will go to the budgets for public works, parks and recreation, real estate, and conservation and environmental land management.
Motion by Commissioner White, second by
Second.
Commissioner Merman and Kemp. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. There's a couple of procurement items that I decided to put on regular, even though, prior meeting you had agreed to allow us to put them on consent. I thought they were important enough to bring to regular, so B12 and B13.
Afternoon, Scott Stromer, Procurement Services. Item B12 is asking the board to award a 4-year contract to the overall lowest responsible bidder, World Sports Turf and Marketing LLC, in the amount of $9,286,942 for installation and maintenance of athletic turf at various fields throughout the county for the Parks and Recreation Department. The Procurement Services does recommend approval. Not sure if anybody from Parks and Rec here to answer any questions about it. We recommend approval.
Move approval.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item B12. We didn't have any minority business?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes. There was no goal set for that because we didn't have anybody in that work category.
Okay. All right. Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item B12. So no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Item B13 is asking the board in two parts. Part A is award and execute agreement with the lowest responsible bidder, TLC Diversified Incorporated, in the amount of $5,598,000 for construction of the Southeast County Landfill Biosolids composting facility for public utilities. And the second part of the motion is to approve a budget amendment to realign $850,000 from the low pressure sewer system project to this current project. A disadvantaged business participation goal of 6% was established for the project, and the recommended vendor has committed to achieving that goal. Procurement Service does recommend approval. Mr. Cassidy's here if there are any questions for this project.
Approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Smith to approve item B13. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Very well, thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Real estate, 3 items, B15, 16, 17.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Josh Bellotti, Real Estate and Facility Services. This item is a contract for purchase of a 4-acre parcel at Lumsden and Parsons in Brandon for $1,975,000, which is below the higher of the 2 appraisals obtained by the county. However, since it is 5% above the average of the 2 appraisals, it does require approval by supermajority vote. Approval of the contract will allow the county to conduct due diligence on the site during the 120-day inspection period, during which the county will consider and evaluate the feasibility of potential uses, such as a future replacement Brandon Regional Library, as well as other county uses to provide service to the Brandon community. The county does have the ability to terminate this contract for any reason during the inspection period. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Move approval.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White to approve item B15. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Okay.
B16?
B16, this is a companion to the previous item, contract for purchase of the 1.6 acre parcel adjacent to the property at Lumsden and Parsons for $299,700, which is below the appraised value. This contract is contingent upon approval of the previous contract for the adjacent property.
Move approval.
There's a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman to approve item B16. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
B17.
All right, this item is a license agreement with Starting Right Now for use of the county's former Haven Poe Runaway Center at 207 Beach Place in Tampa. Starting Right Now has operated at this facility since 2013, providing housing, education, active mentoring, and other support for homeless, unaccompanied youth. This agreement has a 5-year initial term with 2 5-year renewal periods.
Motion by Commissioner Hagan. Second by Commissioner Overman to approve item B17. Seeing no further discussion, please.
Oh, wait, I'm in the queue.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Merman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, indefinitely. This was my project, I was going to move approval, but because for the new commissioners, actually Vicki Sokolik, who's the founder and executive director, I actually also sit on the board, just really want to express her thanks to the county commission. This is an excellent program if you don't know much about it. She has since we've had the agreement, over 100 kids ages 15 to 19 who have been homeless, unaccompanied, have sought refuge at the Haven Post Center. And it really is a fabulous program. And, you know, they're just doing such great work for these homeless youth. So she just wanted, I have a letter from her, but I kind of summarized it, but she wanted to express her appreciation, thanks to the board, and also to Josh and Tom in facilities. They've been fantastic in real estate, so thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to approve item B17. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Mr. Merrill.
Commissioners, C1, I was going to give you an overview of our budget process. Given the length of the meeting and lateness of the day, I'm happy to bring that back at the next meeting, or I can give you a quick overview. It's up to you, whatever you'd prefer. It was just really to talk about how we have been assembling the budget, how I've been meeting with departments. So it was really more from our side, but I'll leave it up to you. I'm happy to bring it back if you
I
like.
know you've got to get out of here in a little while, so why don't you just bring it back in another meeting?
Okay.
That'd be all right. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah.
Yeah.
Second.
Motion to defer to a later date by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman. See no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
And that would take us to the commissioner section, starting with F1. You have one appointment to the Housing Finance Authority.
Ready? Okay. We have the Housing Finance Authority. There's two positions, but the Finance Authority has requested that we re-advertise one of the positions and reappoint the current member that's on the ballot.
They've requested to advertise.
Re-advertise one of the
positions and reappoint Mr. Hollis?
Yes.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Overman, to re-advertise one of the positions and appoint Mr. Hollis, reappoint Mr. Hollis to the Housing Finance Committee. See no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
That takes us.
We need a motion to confirm Mr. Hollis.
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Overman. No, motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman and Commissioner Overman to affirm Mr. Hollis. See no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Mr. Merrill.
Item F2, Commissioner Kemp's item.
Thank you. I've been watching the legislative agenda, Florida legislature, and I had two items that I wanted to bring to the attention of this board, and hope that this board might be willing to take a position and give some, suggest a position that we have in regards to these issues. The first is, I'd just like to say we owe I think so much to the Hillsborough County Organization from Progress and Equality, also known as HOPE. They've been working very hard here in the boardroom and in the community to push the county to fund affordable housing for our residents. And this board responded with funding in our last budget. And I hope that we'll be doing so again this year, as Commissioner Smith, Overman, and I pledged to do at the HOPE meeting this week, where over 1,400 HOPE members were present. One of the tools that we can use for affordable housing also is inclusionary zoning. This is an affordable housing tool that links the production of affordable housing to the production of market rate housing. These policies either require or encourage new residential developments to make certain percentage of the housing units affordable to low and moderate income residents. In February, and I very much appreciate it, Commissioner Merman asked the staff to look at inclusionary zoning, which they're using in communities across the nation, and how we might use them here in Hillsborough County. And thank you so much for doing that. But just 9 days later, on March 1st, Senator Lee, partially in Hillsborough County, filed a bill that prohibits counties from implementing inclusionary zoning throughout the state. I don't believe the state should be, we do have a policy that asks them not to preempt our ability to use tools at hand to do what we think is best in the county. And I, for one, do not want the state to be taking away this tool if we decide that it's the appropriate tool and something that could really help us to address the affordable housing crisis, I think, that we have. So I'm going to move that the board direct the Hillsborough County to oppose that legislation that would eliminate or restrict the county's ability to implement inclusionary zoning to provide affordable housing, and that this be included in our legislative program, that we also send letters out to our Hillsborough delegation, and that should these bills be approved, that we also let Governor DeSantis know the will of this board.
There's a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith, to send a letter opposing not opposing both.
First to put it on our legislative delegation list to actively follow and respond to.
You got two different items on the F2. Which you just take up the first part?
I just took up the first.
Okay.
Yeah. Second, in this will be in both of them, to send a letter to our legislative delegation.
Okay. All right. Mm-hmm. There's a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as Commissioner Miller and I know the legislative process probably all too well, I'll try to put a positive spin on this. I really think it would be better that we send a letter to Senator Lee asking him giving him some suggested language. I am not send a letter of opposition. I really think that, especially coming from Hillsborough to a senior member of our delegation, it might not be perceived positively, and I think we could address it in another manner. I'd like to suggest a substitute motion that would ask Senator Lee, send a letter to Senator Lee asking him to, that would restrict the county's ability to implement inclusionary zoning except in redevelopment areas to provide affordable housing. Because I think that's where we're headed. Anyway, and Senator Miller. I called you Senator Miller. Commissioner Miller, have you got?
Well, I have a phone call into Senator Lee. I called him this morning, and he has not returned my phone call. They're, of course, they're probably in session, and my phone conversation with Senator Lee would be basically that you just said. That,
okay.
If we look at these areas, it will be for basically affordable housing.
Right.
To ask him to remove some language in there and add that particular language in there, that it does not affect every county in this state, that it would allow those counties have the opportunity to utilize this in areas where the affordable housing is desperately needed. And of course, we know that's a major issue in Hillsborough County. Now, he hasn't called me back yet. Senator and I go a long way back. He'll probably call me back tonight sometime. More than him, we'll probably have a conversation. But I do have the phone call into him to ask him, to have a conversation, ask him to at least consider that and removing that language or amending his language to that bill.
And actually, I was going to see how this went today and call him and actually ask him to do the same. But I really think we would be addressing it positively with a senior member of our delegation and promote it that way.
So I'll second Commissioner Merman's substitute motion in that case.
So what's your substitute motion? What's your substitute motion?
It's a little bit of what you said. It would be that we would send language to Senator Lee asking him to amend his language to eliminate or restrict the county's ability to implement inclusionary zoning to include not be restrictive to all counties and to also possibly limit to redevelopment areas to provide affordable housing.
Is there a second? A second by Commissioner White. Commissioner Overman, you recognize. I'm still going to probably get a phone call from him, but Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
I actually met with Senator Lee last week when I was up in Tallahassee on several issues. I took the ethics course, which was just a blast. And I had an opportunity to pursue the human trafficking bills that were being presented that week in committee. As current chair of the Affordable Housing Advisory Council, I felt it was critically important to attempt to visit with him with some assistance. Thank you. I was able to actually get in to see him, and I didn't give him specific directions, but what I did plead with him to do is to truly consider the deficit that we have here in Hillsborough County when it comes to affordable housing, how critically important it is that we as a board have all the tools necessary in order to be able to address our shortfall. Helped him understand the discrepancy between what is being currently built in Hillsborough County as a price point and what our need is in terms of the median income that we have here. To help him understand how critically important it was. With me in that meeting was Jamie Ross of the Florida Housing Coalition, who's very familiar with inclusionary zones as well as opportunity zones. She was able to help him sort of understand some of the nuances that was in his bill that may need some additional review. And then apparently the Florida League of Cities went to see him the next day. So we have some support. The Florida Association of Counties was very concerned about the impact fees and the impact it would have on this particular language would have on affordable housing opportunities, and they were also looking to get some positive movement on this bill that actually assists us in affordable housing. So I've been wanting to bring that up. It was on the agenda. I thought, okay, well, I'll have an opportunity to let you know. I shared that information with my staff, and I'm very glad to hear Commissioner Miller has reached out to Senator Lee. But I think it is critically important that we as a full board help Senator Lee understand what our key issues are as it pertains to Hillsborough County affordable housing efforts. So thank you.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
I'm fine.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Yes, I'd just like to understand a little bit before we vote whether or not this goes far enough. It's such a crisis, the affordable housing issue in Hillsborough County. So if we send this letter limiting our ask to just allowing us the freedom to use inclusionary zoning in community redevelopment areas?
Well, no, actually, if I could respond, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
We were asking him not to restrict all counties, number one. Number two, to consider language to restrict it to redevelopment areas, which we've already designated, I think, 5 redevelopment areas here in Hillsborough County. I don't think we've reviewed since you all have been on here, but we'll probably get to it in one of the workshops.
So if the substitute motion passes, the language would be saying, please don't limit inclusionary zoning
For every county.
in the CRAs, or?
Oh, I'm not mentioning CRAs. I'm mentioning it, not to restrict inclusion, the restriction on inclusionary zoning to every county, meaning, don't include us.
Okay, period.
Yeah, but to limit the inclusionary zoning, if he is all dead set on going forward, limit it to redevelopment areas.
Okay, all right.
Which for us is good anyway, because those are areas where we would go to anyway.
For inclusionary
Affordable
zoning.
housing,
Mhm.
yeah, for inclusionary zoning.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Kemp, you recognize.
Well, I can appreciate wanting to take an approach with Senator Lee that would let him know our concerns and maybe suggest some other moves. And I certainly would not want him to limit a tool that we can use. I have some concerns about limiting it to redevelopment areas only, because part of the whole issue of using inclusionary zoning is to get some mixed zoning in areas where there may only be the most prosperous of housing, or to have some kinds of opportunities. And that's, I don't know of any legislation that would restrict it to the CRAs, but like elsewhere as a model or some, rule. So maybe if we asked him not to, apply it to all counties, I don't know.
That's what she said.
I know, but you said both and also. Right. I just wanted to express that I think the CRA idea is not, would really limit the use of that tool as well.
Before I call on Commissioner Overman, let me say something that was said to me back in 1992 when I went to the Florida House by the late Doug Jamerson. And I don't know, you all have been here a couple of years, need to understand this. I said the art of being successful in this business is the art of compromise. Okay? We're talking about a long-serving member of the Senate, a senior member of the Senate that has a lot of weight in Tallahassee. Not saying he would do anything to hurt us, but compromise, you'll be successful. Okay? So I want to put that out there. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Thank you, Chair. Pardon my ignorance, but I don't know what it means when we talk about development zones or areas that we've designated as development. But I do know that given our future trajectory of growth, that it's going to be critically important that we identify areas along major corridors that we can actually facilitate transit development that be mixed use in order to make sure that not only those that have that are home insecure and need a place to live have access to the resources that we invest when it comes to transit. I also recognize that every community I've ever witnessed where transit was dedicated and there oftentimes prospered very well. It became a speculatory behavior and ultimately gentrifies those areas if there are not some protections when it comes to mixed income and mixed use. So while I may not be opposed to the language, I'm being asked to vote on something that I don't have enough information to agree that it's a wise idea. It may be fine. But given that our long-range planning and our land use and our transit and transportation plans may be different than those particular development areas, I just need some clarification before I move on positively in that direction.
Mr. Merrill?
So, for example, there are community redevelopment areas in the city of Tampa, Channelside, downtown, the Heights, and others. Those would be examples of redevelopment areas that are focused on not only stimulating market rate type developments, but also affordable housing. One of the things that we're going to be bringing back to you probably next month would be establishing a community redevelopment area in the USF innovation area together with the city because our jurisdictions kind of straddle Fowler Avenue. Those are, and that would include the UACDC area. So those areas are the ones where governments tend to focus on creating affordable housing together with market rate housing. So the concern about inclusionary zoning is that, you know, there is some evidence out there, and I asked Cheryl to do some more research, that inclusionary zoning as a mandate can tend to actually have the opposite effect. It drives rents up rather than having the desired effect of making it more affordable. So we believe that there are other ways to incentivize rather than mandate that can have more positive effects. So if you think about it this way, if a developer is mandated to, say, set aside 10% of the rental units for affordable housing, he or she is not just going to write that off. They have to pay for that somehow, and they'll just raise rents on the remaining 90% of the units. And if you do that enough times, if you replicate that enough times, pretty soon you have a train that's headed in the wrong direction, and it's driving rents because it's mandated. So I think just a suggested caution that there are other ways to get there, and so the use of redevelopment areas, because they're already, by their nature, focused on finding the kind of developers who would be more inclined anyway to do affordable housing, is less of a risk. So that's kind of the calculus that goes behind it. But anyway, just for your consideration.
Thank you for that explanation. So are we specifically identifying areas that are only CRAs? Mm-hmm. Because, for example, there's areas, majority of them are inside the city.
Yes.
And then two, there are areas that are ripe for a CRA that have not been able to acquire that mm-hmm. due to the fact that they are in the city, and mm-hmm. There wasn't political interest in creating additional CRAs. Mm-hmm. So if it's other than CRA, but it's identifiable areas that we would identify as ripe for development and mm-hmm. appropriate affordable housing placement, then I would be comfortable with that.
Yeah, so it's redevelopment areas. I was using the CRA as an example. So the board last year identified, I think, 3 redevelopment areas. One's Palm River. I can't remember the other 2, but officially took an action to designate those. They're not CRAs, they're redevelopment areas. And then established in the budget a redevelopment fund within the Economic Development Department. It's kind of a matching program. Mm-hmm. So that would be an example where it would not be a CRA, but it would be a designated redevelopment area in which then we could require or incentivize inclusionary zoning.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Kemp, you recognized.
Thank you. I do see where it's going with the discussion, and I do want to make sure that we reach out to Senator Lee and express our concerns on this, and that we do so as a board. And we don't even know, because we haven't had the discussion about inclusionary zoning and what we would do and how we would make the program and what it would necessarily be or entail. But I hate to have that tool before we even decide if we would do it or what the outline of it would be. But seeing how the direction we're going in, I'd like to, I will vote for the substitute and understand that, you know, I'll continue to follow this and be concerned, but I would like Senator Lee to know of our concerns.
Good. Seeing no further discussion, we have a substitute motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner White. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Commissioner Kemp.
Thank you. My next motion concerns Senator Galvano, again, Senate President and from Hillsborough County. Senate Bill 7068 which I'm sure many of you have heard about. I serve on many transportation boards and committees in Hillsborough County, MPO Hart, Tampa Bay region, TBARTA, TMA, where I hear over and over again that the region needs to come together and agree on transportation projects so that the legislature will fund them and recognize them as being our priorities. The region has never spoken to Senate Bill 7068, and in many local communities have raised concerns. There's been widespread opposition in the areas where these major tollways are slated for. They're wilderness areas in the state. Sierra Club opposes this. 1,000 Friends of Florida opposes this. It's been criticized in numerous papers throughout the state and editorials, Tampa Bay Times, the Orlando Sentinel, the Gainesville Sun. But that hasn't stopped the bill. It's already been through 2 committees. Now there's a companion bill in the House that's 7113. So I just, again, the bill is a proposal to develop 3 tolled expressways through rural areas. The project would extend the Suncoast Parkway from Tampa Bay to the Georgia border, extend the Florida Turnpike to connect with the Suncoast Parkway, and build the Heartland Parkway, which would run from Collier County to Orlando. I feel strongly that we really need to ask the senator, and I understand that even the governor has misgivings about this. We need to focus on our major metro areas with transportation, which our major metro areas provide 80% of our gross domestic product here in Florida. And it's very important that we focus on rebuilding and protecting the infrastructure that we have in place and looking at the places where we need to do the infrastructure rather than going through wilderness, rural areas. The project doesn't solve a transportation problem. It's being pitched for rural economic development. Another way of looking at this project will encourage sprawl development in rural and environmentally sensitive areas at a time when the state of Florida has given up on regulating sprawl, and the affected communities are in no position to do so on their own. This plan is extremely costly. The proposal will drain $100 million a year in general revenue and authorizes the state to borrow billions on top of that. We would be paying the price for years in this county among these taxpayers and diverting resources away from our other desperate needs. I mean, we've heard so much about school safety, the danger of the second most dangerous area to be a pedestrian or bicyclist or to drive a car in the nation is here in Hillsborough County. We need far more attention to our transportation issues. And so with that, I believe that we should express to Senator Galvano that we have other transportation needs that we would wish would be the focus. We pass our tip each year to express those, our transportation improvement program. And I'm going to move that the board, again, ask that Hillsborough County express to Senator Galvano, I'll just have the senator at this time, that building tolled expressways in rural areas as described in Senate Bill 768, that this be included in our legislative program, and that we send a letter to him expressing that we have our transportation priorities and we wish that he would look at the urban areas and the needs for plain system preservation and the needs where there's congestion.
Motion by Commissioner Merman, by Commissioner Smith, by somebody. Yes, it is. A motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner White, you're recognized.
Well, Commissioner Kemp, I sure agree with you that the Nature Coast, the Big Bend area of Florida, the Heartland, the area known as the Ridge by some, there's certainly special areas in the state of Florida. I do have some questions and concerns, though. I'll ask Mr. Merrill, do you know if any other county commissions throughout the state have come out formally in opposition to these toll roadways in the form of a resolution or anything like that?
Brandon
There's
shaking his
Bran-
head no.
I didn't see Brandon back there.
He's shaking his head no.
Okay.
So,
All right. How long would, well, let me phrase this a different way. Do you think a couple of weeks would be enough time for you to at least get a sense from the administration of some of the impacted counties as to whether or not they have concerns? Because if we're gonna come out and weigh in on this, I'd want to know, want to know how the counties that are going to be impacted, might feel about it.
Commissioners, Brandon Wagner, Operations and Legislative Affairs. As indicated, I'm not aware of other local governments that have taken a position on it. We haven't asked, but we can certainly do so.
Okay, because the session's going to end what? What's the end date?
We're just over the halfway point, so
Yeah.
we've got another 3.5, 4 weeks.
Right. But our next meeting's April 17th, so you think in a couple of weeks you might have the opportunity to. I'm going to make a motion to defer this to April, a substitute motion to defer this to April 17th and have staff come back with some information on how administrations with the impacted counties feel about it.
Is there a second? Substitute motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Merman. Commissioner Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to not sugarcoat this. You do not want to oppose a Senate president's main priority. Right, Commissioner Miller? I mean, you can oppose it, but you got to be willing to suffer the consequences, which would be, because we rely on DOT to fund our state roads in Hillsborough County. And basically, he could go right into the budget and slash and burn every single project. Now, I'm not saying that's going to happen. Senator Galvano and I are very good friends, but I can't say it any differently. I think it would be harmful for us to directly oppose a Senate president's priority project. That's just, and I'll support the motion to defer, but I just think there's probably a different way to go about this. I'm not sure what it is right now, but it doesn't really affect us. I think we're taking a position when other counties where these roads are going through really should have a more prominent position. So that's my thoughts.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Spending a little bit of time in Tallahassee last week and then 2 weeks prior to that during Hillsborough Day, I recognize how critically important it is that you have a lot of conversations. And where we aren't able to do that in the same way here, Tallahassee has an opportunity to really find compromise in a way that we oftentimes are more challenged in doing because we have to do it here in public, which is fine. My concern is somewhat in line with Commissioner Kemp's focus in the sense that, the concept of continually paving over our rural areas as a way of creating economic development is a little challenging to accept. It also is pristine in many areas, very protectable areas, as well as part of where it goes through might actually jeopardize some of our water sources. It's in the green swamps right near it. So there's a lot of pristine land there that is an important engine for the growth and environmental protections that we have here in not in Hillsborough County, but in the state of Florida. If there's another way to approach this with Senator Galvano, that would be I think wise, to your point, Commissioner Merman. I'd like to ask Mr. Wagner if he has any recommendations on how we might best get the message without bothering our senator.
Let me put this another way, if you don't mind, Commissioner Overman. You got to learn to pick your fights.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, come on back, Brandon. I'm not done yet. Is this a fight we want to be involved in is a fight we don't want to be involved in. It's 6 of one, half a dozen the other. I see why we want to oppose this, because it is going through some of our rural counties who have yet to say anything at all and may not say anything at all. I think there's a way we may be able to do this if the substitute motion fails and we get back on the motion. It's to soften the blow by a letter being sent to the president, some kind of way saying, Mr. President, we understand your concern and what you want to do here. However, we feel that there may be a different approach or some way to get this done. Is there something that we can do that way?
I would concur with that. I think you could express concern, suggest the need to bolster environmental protections and considerations, and I think some of the amended language that was added approaches that, but takes it more in that approach rather than a frontal opposition, which is going to antagonize not only him, but further leadership. So I would concur with that approach.
I mean, having been there for those years, I think that would be the approach if we were going to do this. If the substitute motion fails and we're going to do this, that we do take that approach. I think by waiting, Commissioner White, the session is now halfway over. Right. The train is moving very, very fast. We wait till April 17th. Committee meetings are over, and it's going to probably be out of committees on the floor. And I don't think we can wait that long. So that's just my comment. We decide what we want to do. That's just my comment. Commissioner Kemp, you recognized.
I appreciate those comments, Commissioner Miller. Just like I had done ample research on this. I'll let you know that I was on a statewide transportation committee where this was just dropped on us the morning of the press conference by the senator, and we were asked to approve it with very little information. And people were starting to approve it from some different counties, but several spoke to the opposition in their own counties to this. And the next day I was reading my Tampa Bay Times, and there was on the front a big headline, and it talked about the opposition, significant opposition over the years to all three of these projects, and that governors, including Christ, I think, Bush, and even Scott, had not moved these projects forward because they didn't. They weren't projects that the governors appreciated for an investment. So I would do well, I think, with Commissioner Miller's approach if we want to express our concern and talk about our priorities. I understand where there can be the thought that that these are not our priorities, but this will very much affect us and affect the state of Florida in the way that things go forward, in us in terms of our transportation funding. So I think it is important to let Senator Galvano hear. As I said, I was already asked as a member of a state transportation committee to express an opinion in support. And there was some significant opposition there and ended up not moving forward. But I think to have a letter, as Commissioner Miller suggests, I think would be a wise proposition. So I don't know, Commissioner, if...
Well, what we have now, we have substitute motion on the floor, which we have to take up first by Commissioner White and second by Commissioner Merman. If that fails, then we go back to you. If it passes, we're then waiting till the middle of the month when that bill could very well be on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
So, Commissioner Miller, I actually like your thoughts, and Commissioner Kemp, it sounds like you're receptive to them. So I'm going to go ahead and withdraw my substitute motion, and I'd love to see those thoughts incorporated into, either a new motion or amendment or however it comes. But I'm going to go ahead and withdraw the substitute.
Substitute motion has been withdrawn.
Then can I withdraw my motion and then make a motion based on... Is that the proper
motion?
Yes.
Well,
motion. And make a motion based on your statements about addressing Senator Galvano with a letter expressing our concerns with regards to this project and the impacts it would have on us. Is that fair enough?
Fair enough. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, got a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith and Commissioner Overman. Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Yes, a couple of quick points before we vote on this. Just to talk about the idea that this is, you know, out of our realm, or you know, we should check with the other more local places. There are other local groups that are weighing in. The Greater Tampa Chamber of Commerce is registered as a lobbyist on this. So it's, you know, there are other voices. Also Audubon, Florida Audubon was not mentioned as one of the environmental groups, along with a couple of other groups that are mentioned. So there's, you know, there's reasons to understand that this does impact us as well as the state, and particularly that these are 3 boondoggle roads to nowhere that are draining funds, considerable funds, $100 million a year plus billions more on top of that. That's our concern. If our state is, in my view, wasting $100 million a year from and that's from the general revenue fund.
Exactly.
So those dollars are used for education, they're used for Veterans Affairs, they're used for health, and many other vital programs. It's not just beyond the fact that we would prefer those, well, that we think those monies could be used for other transportation projects. This is coming out of the general fund quite a lot. So that does impact our county, and we have, you know, reason to send such a letter expressing that, I think, and that's my point.
We have a motion by Commissioner Kemp, second by Commissioner Smith and Overman. Who's writing these letters? You, Brandon? You'll have them ready by tonight?
Mr. Chairman, we'll get those letters put together and to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. Yeah, session's fast. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Garces. Mr. Merrill had to leave for a doctor's appointment. Ms. Garces is taking the place. Ms. Garces, recognized.
Thank you, Commissioners. Your next item is yours, Commissioner Miller, on the West Shore Exchange and the letter supporting it.
Thank you, Ms. Garces. In the back of material, you see a letter that Secretary Gwynn asked me to send to the Secretary of the Florida Department of Transportation in support of the West Shore Exchange. I told him at that particular point in time, I understood the support, and I know why he wants to do that, because he's trying to get all the support he possibly can, that those dollars will come down here before they go someplace else. But I told him we had to bring it before this board before I was able to do that. You had the opportunity to read it, but I'll just read a couple of parts of it. It says, the Hillsborough County Board of County Commissioners would like to thank the Florida Department of Transportation for its ongoing commitment to safety and mobility in our region. The purpose of this letter is to express our support for the reconstruction of the I-275/State Road 60 interchange in the West Shore area of Tampa. The project is a top regional transportation priority for Hillsborough County. Reconstruction of the West Shore area interchange will vastly improve safety and mobility of commuters and tourists and facilitate more efficient freight movement and hurricane evacuation routes. So I wanted to bring it to us to officially, if we will, approve the letter and have the letter go off to the Florida Department of Transportation Secretary. So that's my motion. I'll pass it down.
Thank you. We have a motion by Commissioner Miller, a second by Commissioner Merman. Anyone else? Any discussion? Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Garces.
Commissioners, your next item would be F6. Commissioner Merman, this is your item regarding the temporary assistance for needy families and being able to participate in the Career Source Tampa Bay Summer Youth Employment Program.
Yes.
Merman, you recognize.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And this is an item that would fund summer employment program. This is a one-time funding. As you know, John Flanagan is our new CEO. He is a breath of fresh air from Philadelphia. He actually did a program, a summer employment program there that employed 10,000 youth. And that's phenomenal. And that's what we need here. You know, actually, when I came on this board, it's about jobs, jobs, jobs. So I think this will go a long way to help our students. But we would do this one-time funding for a summer employment program in partnership with CareerSource. This came up at a recent board directors meeting. Staff announced that they were going to implement this program. Their goal is to provide paid work experience for up to 400 Hillsborough County youth ages 16 to 21. They'll get $11 an hour, work a maximum of 24 hours a week from June 10th to July 19th. The employers do have a responsibility in this to mentor and teach these students and people that are working there, give on-the-job experience. They get a lot of exposure. They receive essential skills training. They will use TANF funds, that's the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families, to pay for the program, which will require youth and families to meet specific income eligibility criteria. Those of you that are familiar with this, the youth and families that don't meet this criteria would not be able to participate. And that's where our effort comes in to assist as many youth as possible. And that's why I'm requesting the $150,000 would be for 100 youth that do not meet the TANF income eligibility criteria, but it falls under the second criteria, which would be their family's income would not exceed 200% of the federal poverty level. So they're still needy, they're still within the range of very low income. And the 100 youth would be in addition to the 400 previously mentioned. They must complete a summer job connection online application. They'll be accepted on first-come, first-served basis. The program's accepting applications now, but this is a great first start. CareerSource is really going to branch out and make a great name for themselves in this community by working with all of our partners, and I think it's a huge win. Parents probably will love it more than anybody because they'll have eyes on their kids, they'll be safe, they'll be out of trouble, and I think we're fulfilling a huge promise, which is to provide as many jobs in the community as possible. So my motion is to provide the funding up to $150,000 to allow 100 youth that do not meet temporary assistance for needy families eligibility criteria to be able to participate in the CareerSource Tampa Bay 2019 Summer Youth Employment Program and engage in summer employment opportunities.
There's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp. Commissioner Overman, you're recognized.
Thank you for bringing this forward. I have just a couple questions.
Mm-hmm.
What are these students typically being given an opportunity to learn in this employment? I mean, what type of industries are we talking about?
Okay, they will be working for their targeted industries in healthcare, manufacturing, IT, and financial services. That's the 4 areas where the employment opportunities will be available, because that's our biggest need to fill jobs.
Okay, and the reason we need to increase it to 200% over the poverty level?
Well, we're not increasing. What they are funding 400 youth that are TANF eligible, and we want to increase it to 500 students, which would be, we would fund 100 more students that would not be eligible for TANF,
okay,
but would be under that threshold of 200% of federal poverty level.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, and thank you for bringing this forward. It's
a great program.
Having students have real work experience does wonders for young people. The opportunity to see how the world works is a real resource for a lot of our students that may not recognize different opportunities until they have these kinds of programs. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank you, Commissioner Merman, for bringing it forward. I think it sounds like a great program and a great opportunity.
Thanks.
We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp to approve item F6. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Commissioners, your next item.
Motion carried 7-0.
I know you're not used to being there. Just okay. Go ahead.
Commissioner Merman, this next item, F7, is yours regarding the septic tank conversion and a policy and consultant to assist in finding ways to incentivize conversions.
Mr. Merman, you recognize.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As my seat partner would know, groundwater is the #1 drinking water source in our region. This issue came up. I had a kind of a town hall meeting in Gibsonton about a month ago, and there were quite a few people there that had septic tanks, and they wanted to know when they could convert. And I have been talking with staff about this, and since the governor put it on his agenda of wanting to look at conversions, I thought, well, you know, maybe we should just get ahead of it. Septic tanks do contribute to the nutrient loading, as Commissioner Smith knows, and there is a really growing concern about the impacts to the groundwater system, and I think that's why this is so important. I don't know if y'all know this, we have 120,000 septic tanks in Hillsborough County. It's a lot. And many are in flood-prone areas. And since the governor recently established a septic to sewer grant program, I thought I would start to, request from staff to get a consultant to evaluate our septic to sewer conversion, and actually even include that study, maybe funding requirements and any incentives we could do. But this is a big quality of life issue, big. And I want us to be kind of ahead of it. So if he does make this grant program available, we're ready to go. But it's extremely expensive. It's about $20,000 per septic tank to convert. So I know we could not afford that unless we come up with some kind of funding mechanism or incentive program. So my motion is to hire a consultant, do a report on septic conversion in Hillsborough County, what we can do to facilitate and incentivize the process to convert septic systems, and bring it back to the Board of County Commission.
It's a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Smith. Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Yes, I can appreciate how critically important it is, not only for our environment, but for our water sources, as well as a response to the disaster that would occur if we had a hurricane flooding in those areas and the health hazard that could occur. My concern is that we have a sensitivity to low-income residents that oftentimes live in areas where septic tanks exist. You know, several weeks ago, seems like months ago maybe, but when we had the community that decided to take their power lines underground, and they came together to create an opportunity to make that happen. I had asked if we look at future programs that are somewhat similar to that, which this has some similarities to it, that we make sure that we have special provisions for those individuals that have no way of participating, but then get moved into that effort as a sort of class of either a neighborhood or a vicinity or things like that. So in this report, I think we do need to make sure that we're very aware. If it's $20,000, there's going to be a significant number of people that can't afford $50. So that needs to be taken into consideration when we look at the feasibility of this.
Right, and I have discussed, if I could respond, I have discussed this with staff, that's why looking at funding mechanisms is so important. That MSBU that we approved is going to be critical. It's critical for dredging. It's critical for septic systems. We can use that for a lot of different things. I think that was a big move for our county to really help empower our residents to do more things in their residential areas. So definitely, this was all discussed, and that's why I think they'll come up with a broad range of mechanisms that are available.
Commissioner Smith, you recognize.
Yes, thank you so much for bringing this forward for all the reasons you mentioned, but also because, as you know, the Ruskin and Waimama area in particular are on this low pressure sewer system. This is also called STEP, that's your alternative. If you are to switch from, if you want to convert from your septic tank to what the county offers is not good at all. And so there's no motivation to switch. It costs $20,000. You have to have your septic tank dug out and another septic tank put in, basically, and then a box on a stick in the yard, in your front yard, with a red flashing light on it that goes off every time the electricity goes off and your sewage overflows. It's right throughout the whole area of Ruskin and parts of Waimama. That's their alternative. So if it costs $20,000 and that's all you got, there's no motivation to go. And they're very problematic. They overflow a lot. I really look forward to staff including some plans for the future to make those options better. And Commissioner Overman, to your point, in that area, there are a lot of people on the Little Manatee River, also in the, well, anyway, I'll just speak to the Little Manatee River, where we're spending all this money preserving ELAP land, restoring wetlands along there to keep that pristine. Well, there's a lot of people in that rural area on septic tanks, and they're in modular homes. They're in trailer parks. They don't have $20,000 to convert to this step low pressure sewer system. So it's a big problem that is going to need big solutions, and I'm really glad to think that we could be moving forward to some solutions for all of that. It's a mess.
Mr. Kemp, you recognize.
Thank you. Maybe I can say something good about Tallahassee priorities. Because I'm happy to see this one, and I know Amendment 2, typically is thought of as land acquisition, but a significant portion of that, as I remember it, was to go to water resources and address issues just like this. So I don't know if that's maybe part of where some of this funding would come from, but thank you for jumping on it. It may be one of the first times I ever met Commissioner Smith is when I worked as an aide to Kathy Castor, and groups from Ruskin would come pounding on our door and tell us how bad the step system was in Ruskin and how they couldn't have economic development there because the businesses wouldn't tolerate and couldn't support the septic system, or the step system couldn't support certain businesses. So I think this is really important for our water quality, for our economic development, for everything else, and glad to see it happening.
Mr. Garces?
We will be bringing that back to you, Commissioners. You have a workshop on utilities on June the 20th, so that is part of the agenda, the STEP system as well as the septic tank conversions, looking at various models, and part of the business plan that the utility department is preparing.
Commissioner Merman, to close.
Yes, absolutely. And I just want to say, we have strip centers that are abandoned all over South County because they're on septic systems. And the developers won't even touch them because of that and the cost of removing. So we've got to figure this out. It's economic development.
We have a motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Smith to approve item F7. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Garces.
Commissioners, your next item, Commissioner White, is F9 regarding the ELAP Subcommittee and the 2019 Theodore Roosevelt Hillsborough Forever Conservation Award.
Commissioner White, you recognize.
Thank you. Well, as Ms. Garces said, it's time to give the Theodore Roosevelt Award again. If I haven't lost track of time, that'll be the third annual award. The ELAP Subcommittee and the ELAP General Committee have voted in favor of recommending this year's nominee, which is in the backup material. So I move to approve that nomination so that we can present the award at the next meeting.
There's a motion by Commissioner White, second by Commissioner Kemp and Merman to approve item F9. Seeing no further discussion, please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Garces.
Commissioners, your next item is a staff report, item G1 for Head Start, Early Head Start, regarding the operation.
Good afternoon. My name is LaVon Malphus Nelson. I'm here on behalf of Dr. Jacqueline Jenkins. I'm asking approval for our monthly report. However, I do have a couple of highlights I would like to share with you. This past month, we had Breakfast with Dads, and we had over 300 fathers volunteer at all of our Head Start centers, including our contracted sites, and we were really excited about that as well. We also, our average daily attendance has to be 85% as mandated by the Office of Head Start. We have 92% as of today. And then lastly, we're really excited about this as well, is that we got a continuation grant. We do not have to compete for our upcoming grant because we passed all of our audits. So July 1st, we will be presenting our non-competitive grant to the Office of Head Start. Do you have any questions?
Could you repeat that last part again?
We got a letter from the office from Region 4. We passed all of our audits over the past 5 years. Therefore, we do not have to recompete for our grant. We automatically submit.
That's amazing. That is awesome. Do not have to compete for grants because of all your audits. That's fantastic. Yes. Thank you for the great news.
And thank you for your support.
I have a motion to receive the report by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp. Yeah, that's right. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Thank you.
Ms. Garces.
Commissioners, your last item is a staff report on from Public Works related to the sidewalks within a 2-mile radius of schools.
Mr. Lyons.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. John Lyons, Infrastructure Services. I won't belabor the point this late in the day, but so the report itself basically kind of gives an update on funding that we've had working on sidewalk repairs, sidewalk gaps, projects around schools for the last 2 years under the 10-year transportation plan. As part of the surtax update, we'll focus more on doing that, expanding that program, more funding on an annual basis to do those things. The things we're going to be looking at are school safety zone upgrades, more an expanded bicycle facility, safety lighting, and school circulation improvements. The attached map of that shows all the schools in the unincorporated area. And pretty much when you draw circles around every one of those schools, it covers the whole urban service area. And so we can provide more detailed information next week at the transportation workshop as well. Be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I see no questions. I have a motion to receive the report. Motion by Commissioner Merman, second by Commissioner Kemp and Commissioner Overman. See no further discussion. Please record your vote.
Motion carried 7-0.
Ms. Garces.
Commissioners, that concludes your agenda. The only other item is any items for the future issues list.
Commissioner Overman, you recognize.
Oh, thank you. Juvenile Justice Board placement challenge, Juvenile Justice Board placement challenges that we have been discovering as I'm the appointee for the Board of County Commission to the Circuit 13 Juvenile Justice Advisory Board. And we've discovered there's some challenges in our statute that cause a little bit of difficulty with the children that are very, very difficult to place that are duly served within our system between the CINSFENS area as well as the juvenile justice system. The child welfare system's care of duly served youth by the Department of Juvenile Justice is challenged to find placements to welcome these children and to enforce the enforcement of those that refuse placement. This group is identifying solutions to this issue and identified statutory changes as a potential solution. We recently received a letter from Secretary Marsteller asking us to find a solution for these children and address the need of lack of placement or inability to place. So I'd like to make a motion to add the Juvenile Justice Board placement challenges of duly served youth.
Commissioner Overman, we don't make motions in.
Oh, okay. I'd like to report that we would like to ask our Hillsborough County Legislative Program and direct staff to work with the stakeholders on this issue.
Okay, got that. Okay. Commissioner Kemp, you're recognized.
Thank you. I was a little alarmed this week because at one of the MPO meeting that many of us attended, when we asked questions about the Sunshine Line, had found out that the Sunshine Line had discontinued, I think, back in 2008 as part of budget cuts at the time, discontinued service on Saturdays for dialysis. And that service has not been restored to this date, so about a decade later. And apparently this has been a hardship on many of the people in the program. That dialysis is required 3 times a week, and they were still making do with whatever, however, acts of kindness or family members that could get them to dialysis on Saturday. So I'd like to see if we can get a report back on what it would cost to restore service for Sunshine Line on Saturdays, specifically for medical issues like dialysis. I don't know if there's other needs other than that in terms of medical issues.
Any other future items at this particular point in time? Seeing none, we adjourn.
Thank you.